Hello and welcome back to World Talks here on TVP World with me, Ashim Kumar. Sweden has experienced more rioting this week after an anti-Muslim protester set fire to a copy of the Quran. The violent clashes erupted in an immigrant neighborhood in Malmö, where police were attacked with rocks and cars set on fire. Muslims from around the world have protested, sometimes violently, and Turkey, in whose hands Sweden's NATO accession lies, has also asked for the Quran burnings to be stopped by Swedish authorities. To explore this topic, I'm delighted to welcome Professor Mohammed Falza Shemi. He's Professor of Islamic Theology at Uppsala University in Sweden. Professor, welcome to TVP World and thank you for taking the time.
Thank you for having me.
So this is not the first time that we've seen either Quran burnings or such violent clashes. They seem to go together. I suppose the place I'd like to start is, why are those clashes not just localized but actually global, with Swedish embassies being attacked and various other Swedish representation being attacked?
Well, if we compare the reactions from Muslims here in Sweden during 2023 and compare it with 2022, this riots in Malmö was the only occasion that we see this kind of riots. The reactions from Muslim community during the whole 2023 until now have been very peaceful. They have some kind of political manifestations, very peaceful, and with these demands for stopping these Quran burnings. And one of the reasons that Muslims here in Sweden react against this Quran burning, that's because you cannot separate the act from the context. I mean, the purpose behind the Quran burnings. We know that this Danish far-right extremist politician Rasmus Paludan, his message was very clear since he started his Quran burning tour last year. And this message was that Islam and Muslims do not belong to Sweden, and if his party gets the power, they would conduct a kind of ethnic cleansing here in Sweden to expel Muslims from Sweden. Of course, this kind of rhetoric, political rhetoric, will lead to reactions. Unfortunately, last year we saw this very violent riots, which overshadowed the whole question about Quran burnings. But now we have, beside this recent incident last week, we have another kind of discussion here in Sweden. One part of the discussion is from those who are saying that their religious feelings are offended because of Quran burning, because they consider Quran as a holy book and it's God's word and so on. But there is also another kind of criticism, and Muslim communities say that, okay, those politicians, publicists, and cultural representatives who defend Quran burnings in the name of freedom of expression, do they also consider the book burnings during the Nazi era, during the 1930s, as a kind of freedom of expression? And the answer is actually no. Nobody here defends the book burnings during the 1930s.
No, but the book burnings in the 1930s were carried out with the government's blessings. In fact, they were dictated almost by the Nazi Party, and I'm not sure that's a fair parallel. But the other thing is, Professor, and that is that it wasn't just in Sweden that these reactions arose. They arose around the world. Turkey has expressed great dissatisfaction. And it happens pretty much every time. I mean, if you look at, we had similar things, as you mentioned. You mentioned the Danish cartoonist and that, but it's always the same response. Whereas we don't get the same response when other religions, other groups are offended equally, but we don't have a global violent responses, and I'm trying to understand why it is only with Islamic offence that we have this level of violence.
Well, my point with these parallels with Nazi Germany was that, of course, I agree with it. It was the government, the Nazi government, who did that. But the burning, the book burning itself, the question arising from Muslim community is, book burning itself, is it in any conditions defendable? Because when you burn something, you destroy it. How can someone address when you are destroying something? And how should Muslim burn something else? So that's the criticism.
But we have diplomatic channels, Professor. People can talk. You can have groups.
Muslims here in Sweden. That's my point. Because every time we discuss this issue, many people are saying that, okay, Muslims are immigrants and they should obey the law here. But there are many immigrants. But you have also considered that the first Muslim congregation was built here in Sweden in 1949. And many generations of Muslims were born and rise here in Sweden. I can take myself as an example. I came to Sweden as a guest student in late 1970s, and my children and my grandchildren have been born here in Sweden. Nobody can claim that they came to Sweden from outside. They are immigrants. So the question is, when you allow the Quran burning in the name of freedom of expression, which signal are you sending to the Muslim community, whether they are immigrants or they are here? It will not. It will lead to some kind of polarization in the society.
Well, I mean, that's maybe, Professor, but, it's not the Swedish government that is condoning this. This is a single protester.
That's right.
And the Swedish government has to take a stand somewhere. It has a very strong tradition of freedom of speech, freedom of expression, freedom of religion, which every community, including the Muslim community, benefits from. And why doesn't the Muslim community say, well, okay, look, we hate this, and most people would agree that this is an obnoxious and offensive thing to do, to burn the Quran, but at the same time, that person is only using the freedoms that are already available to the Muslim community and others in Sweden.
Yes, I understand, but these Quran burnings are not conducted in some places like Beverly Hills in Stockholm. It has been done in suburb areas where Muslim lives, and also in front of the mosques here in Sweden. That's why the question has been so sensitive. Of course, the Swedish government has condemned and described this as an act of Islamophobia. But we have also all other politicians, publicists, and cultural representatives who defend this. I mean, if we had this situation that publicists, cultural representatives, and also politicians, they condemned Quran burnings as an act of intolerance and hatred, then they would send another signal to the Muslim community, and the reaction would not be as harsh as we have seen.
What would that signal be, Professor?
Just to condemn and describe it as an act of intolerance and hatred. I mean, just this would send a very clear signal to Muslim community that they are not behind this. We have seen this reaction from Swedish government, but we haven't seen this reaction from the majority of publicists and politicians and cultural representatives. Although we have the recent poll that shows that 53% of Swedes want to forbid the Quran burning.
Yeah, no, I mean, that doesn't surprise me in the least. But let's now, I mean, Sweden's actually dug its heels in about freedom of expression and so on. Denmark has banned Quran burning. Do you think that was the right thing to do?
Is going to ban.
It's going to. Do you think that's the right thing to do, Professor?
Not necessarily, because it can be used, it can be misused to decrease the freedom of speech. But I think the best way is not, because I listened to an interview with this Danish politician Rasmus Paludan. He said, okay, if they ban the Quran burning, then we are going to find another way to desecrate Quran, like peeing or pooping on that, or putting a bacon on that. So they are very creative. So I don't think this prohibition or banning is the right way to go. But if the whole society, I mean, all these categories that I already mentioned, if they make very clear that they are not standing behind this in the name of freedom of expression, then it will send a very clear signal to Muslim community here in Sweden. What's going to happen with Muslim countries is another thing, because those countries, they want to use this kind of situation in their own purposes, as it was in Iraq, the Muqtada al-Sadr. It was a totally internal affair that he used this Quran banning for his purposes, like Erdogan and other Muslim leaders.
Of course, but the thing is that then, representatives of whichever country it is often or sometimes pay the price of that violence. I mean, I am minded to think, I mean, if we were to kind of imagine a mirror image where you had, let's say, a Christian community in a Muslim country who would demonstrate, would they be given the same consideration as the Muslims in Sweden are being given? Or would they simply be put down, and told to shut up?
No, you cannot compare democracies like Sweden with authoritarian countries in most of Muslim countries. That's not you cannot compare that, because we know that many of these countries are very authoritarian and undemocratic countries. Right.
So actually, freedom of choice perhaps is a double-edged sword, really, in many ways. Just in the last minute or so that we have left, Professor, is this a cultural issue or a religious one or a mix of the two in Sweden?
In somehow it's I think it's a cultural, maybe also somehow religious, but also as I mentioned before, there are many questions about in what way these publicists and cultural representatives and politicians are defending and these are actually legitimate questions, how they can defend to burn or to destroy something as an act of expression. As far as I know, they haven't been able to deliver a very good answer to this question. So
well, yeah, but, I mean, people can come up with, as you say, that people are imaginative and they can come up with all sorts of demands that they want and behave in all sorts of antisocial ways. So this is one example. If you kind of extend it, take it to its logical conclusion, it could end, well, no one knows where it could end. So it's not about defending the action, I think. It's about defending the freedom to do it.
Yeah, but in what way?
Yes.
Because as I said, these actions cannot be separated from the context. You have this far right politician whose ideology is very near to what the Nazis. So it says that somehow they are going to give them freedom to do as they want, and it sends very bad signals to the minority who is very vulnerable in the society.
Right. Well, unfortunately, we're going to have to leave the conversation there, Professor, but do come back, and I would love to continue to hear your insights. Thank you very much, and have a good day, sir.
Thank you.
That's all from us on this episode of World Talks. Goodbye for now.
Hey yo. Hello, hello, hello. Man, I started typing out a whole ass response in chat. And then I noticed that like the video is about to end. So I rushed. I thought it's gonna go for a little bit longer, but it didn't. It didn't. I was betrayed. I was let down, okay? But hey, yo guys, how are you doing today? How is life today? Yeah, I was late today. We had a family lunch. It was a family lunch. Feel that's as good of an explanation as you could get. I have done a rather good job of steering them away from conspiracies. I'm trying this cool little approach where like one-on-one you go into conspiracy talk because it's easy to debunk it one-on-one, but in a group you steer away from conspiracy talk, because if you know there's multiple people in a room who believe in conspiracies, if a conversation about a conspiracy starts, they do a circle jerk. So it's impossible to actually present them with proper arguments because they will just keep on, repeating whatever the other one said. One-on-one, it's way easier because they don't have the backing of someone else. They must actually, respond by themselves. And it was actually good. It was actually good. I'm using my family as like little, what is it, guinea pigs? Test rats, we could say. And it was good. Had fun. Actually worked. But yeah, cold wind is blowing. Yeah, here too, my fan's working. I just turned it on before starting the stream. It was kind of hot. It's 27 degrees Celsius. So I'm kind of jealous of you. It's 27. I was pissed the fuck off. We kind of had cold weather last few days. It was really, really cold in the morning, right? Not anymore, my dear. Holy shit, Kim!
Just subscribe for 60 months.
Kim, thank you for the sub! Family meeting, aka Gishallop conspiracy theory. Look. My family has some views, okay? My family has some fucking views, my dude. Just today, for example, I had a taste of how impossible it is to have this conversation. I was in the store doing my job, as I have to do. And as we're having this conversation about, what was on the headline of the newspaper? Some cows ran away? I don't even know. Some cows ran away in Croatia and the dude's trying to hunt them around. But basically the conversation switched to the government. And then it switched to how many people have cancer today. And previously not many people had cancer. And I was attempting to explain to people that now we know people have had cancer and have died from cancer. Previously you wouldn't know about it. For example, my grandfather, he died from lung cancer. If we didn't have technology needed to check what's happening with his lungs, we wouldn't know it was lung cancer. You would just say he's growing weaker and then he died. You wouldn't know it has anything to do with his lungs. It's like you have no idea. People previously, they had no idea. Who the fuck knows how many people died of lung cancer? And their relatives were like, oh yeah, well, this old woman who died, yeah, she was just very weak and very fucking old, and then she grew weaker and then she died. How many times have you heard that shit? Come on. So I'm trying to explain to them that you don't always know, right? It's not really visible where the cancer happens. Sometimes you can tell, sometimes on the outside you can't tell what's wrong. Right now we can diagnose it, people previously couldn't. They switched to autism talk. More people today have autism than before. I'm like, bro, brother, my dude, come on, come on. We've had this conversation previously. Come on, come on. Like, I know you can power through. I know you can power through, right? I push them to the autism talk and they bring up the argument, I shit you not. How come then so many people have gotten COVID during the pandemics, but before the pandemics, there was no reports of people getting COVID? And I'm just looking at them. And I'm like, first of all, what argument is that? Second of all, what do you think pandemics means? And then they went into the whole, like, we're eating plastics today, we're eating plastics. You eat this meat from the store, you don't know what is it in it, it's plastics. They could put whatever virus they want, and they put it in this meat, which is plastic, and you buy salads in the store, and they are also plastics, because everything is plastics and GMO. And what do they add in these genes to food? No one knows what they add in these genes to food, so that is why people get cancer. Toddlers? No, grown-ups. That's the worst thing, grown-ups. You want to hear the worst thing? When I say grown-ups, I don't mean old people. Relatively young people. Relatively young people with acceptable amount of ability to use the internet, I want to say. It's fucking disheartening. It's fucking weird. It's still going around, just nobody gives a shit about it anymore. Yeah, we have, there's a local car mechanic who just got COVID very recently. It's kind of interesting, because like everyone wants to go there to fix that car. He's like one of the most well-known mechanics in the area, right? So everyone wants to go there to fix that car. And then people are telling to each other that, you know, the mechanic has COVID and you can't go to fix your car right now because he has COVID, and for a while he's going to be not working. And people are like, COVID? Is that thing still here? Like, why did you think it ended? Why did you think it was gone? Most people in my family hate Russia too. Oh, mine too. I have to weed out the, I hate Russia, but USA bad too. I have to weed those out, specifically now when referring to impacts on this war. They'll be like, oh, I hate Russia and Russia shouldn't have invaded. Fuck Russia for invading. And I'm like, based. And then they go, but don't you think it could have been provoked? No. 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 And then I gotta weed it out. I gotta be like, elaborate. The amount of family members who still believe in the idea of 1990s lie about non-expansion of NATO is fucking ridiculous. Especially because, by the way, when I was collecting these little sources on Westerners sucking off Russians, you will find that whenever USA and Russia had conversations in 1990s about NATO, USA was very, very clear about the fact NATO is going to expand. They never once said it won't. They always were like, yeah, it's going to expand. It's in all of our interest to expand. NATO will expand. Never once did they lie about not doing it. Never once did they say that they're not going to be expanding NATO. Never fucking once, my dude. And still, we're supposed to fucking believe in a promise that was never made. There's one of them, and I want to find the specific one, and I never know which one it is. Is it this one? A specific part where he goes, here it is, Clinton. We'll discuss NATO enlargement. You'll hear me say again that the process is going to be gradual, deliberate, and consistent with the goal of undivided Europe and enhancing the security of all parties, including Russia. there can't be delay in mentioned NATO enlargement. No slowdown, no speed up. All I can do is keep explaining what we are doing so that people will figure out what we are not doing. But yeah, basically all of it is like, yeah, NATO is going to grow. NATO is going to grow. NATO is going to keep on growing. Never once did USA say that NATO is not going to be growing. Never once. Hey, yeah, Mayor has life. NATO expansion bad. Burbux expansion good. That too, holy shit. Boris was not chill, by the way. Who are you talking about? Boris who, my man? My dude. Are we talking about same Boris? Can we just make sure we're on the same page? Boris who? Are you fucking mad? He can't invade anyone? Bro! What was Russia doing in Chechnya? The fuck was Russia doing in Chechnya then, my man? Boris was chill? His people fucking beheaded civilians. Boris was not chill by any means. A large deterioration in the relationship between Russia and USA actually happened because USA was being like, hey, Russia, please, can you please stop the fucking war you're doing in Chechnya? Can you please stop killing their civilians? Dude, it's making us look horrible for siding with you. And Russia was like, yeah, sure, I can stop doing that. And they never stopped doing it. Never once did they stop doing it. Several times they promised they would. Never once did they stop butchering civilians. Boris was not chill by any means. Russia was never chill. That's the best thing about this. Russia was never chill. At any point of its existence, Russia was never chill. The reason why USA and Russia had quite strong cooperation after the fall of USSR is because USA falsely believed that with the fall of USSR, Russia is going to turn good and it's going to leave behind its imperialist bullshit, and that is not what it did. Of course it didn't, because Russian culture relies on being a piece of shit. Collaborated with jihadists? Dude, they were invaded by Russia. First Chechen war was started by Russia because they disagreed with Ichkeria choosing their own leadership. Civilians had to collaborate with extremists because civilians fucking feared they're going to be killed. Chechnya was part of Russia. Doesn't change the fact Russians killed Chechens. Doesn't change the fact Russians went into Chechnya and butchered their civilians. You don't have the right to send a military of your state. No, they were not radical Muslims. That is a lie. First Chechen War was started by CIA, second Chechen War by FBI. That too, I hear Nuland was also in Chechnya, by the way. I hear Victoria Nuland was there and she personally supported Chechens. On par with ISIS? No. That's also bullshit. Do you believe in the apartment bombings? Do you believe Chechens bombed the apartments in Moscow? Because that's kind of cute. Because personally, I'm a full believer in the idea Putin did it. 100% stand behind it. Could have done it, yeah, but they didn't. Like, you don't feel it's rather suspicious. You had Russians running around, setting up bombs in other buildings' basements. and then claiming that the bombs were meant to be used for training exercise on the same day a bunch of bombs exploded in Moscow and killed people? You don't think that's kind of sus? You don't think that's a bit suspicious? I think that's a bit suspicious, my dude. I think that's strongly suspicious, even. I did hear, though, I think I mentioned it to you yesterday, I read a very interesting theory. Yeah, exactly, when Putin took over. I read a very interesting theory from a Croatian political analysis of how Putin likely did this to try and get closer to USA, because at the time USA Russia relationship was deteriorating because USA was against what Russia was doing in Chechnya, right? But 9/11 happened, so USA was primed to be against Muslim extremists. So the theory is that Putin tried to play more into the idea of Chechens being Muslim extremists, so he would get more USA support to continue his war. It would be plus. It would be you play into Russian imperialism because you're forcing your regions to comply with what Moscow wants, but at the same time, you agree with USA. You agree with what they are currently all about. They support your war because they see it as a mirror image of their own fight, right? So you get a strong ally, plus you get your own people happy. No, that wasn't Russia's plan to militarize itself. That was Russians creating a false flag in order to pretend Chechens are radical Muslims, in order to have a reason to go there and to butcher them up. Russians bombing their own buildings and blaming it on Chechens was not Russia's plan to militarize itself. It was Russia wanting to butcher a republic that dared to go against Moscow. Why Chechnya? Because Chechnya dared to go against Moscow. Chechnya dared to vote for a leader who wasn't a cocksucker. And because Chechnya dared to vote for a leader who cared more about Chechnya than he cared about Moscow, Chechnya was invaded. That's why. USA was sending Russia hundreds of millions in aid every year until 2008. That too. Holy shit, that too. Absolutely. No, Chechnya didn't break the constitution by voting for a leader they wanted to lead them. Chechnya had every right to do their own free and fair elections. They didn't break any constitution at the time. Hey, Oculus, how's life? How's life? Yeah, by the way, talking about USA aid, one of these things that I've saved talks about aid. I really need to make them properly tagged or something. I wish there was a way to do a thing in these posts. What's it called when you click on a part? You click on a part and then it shows you which part of the writing is related. Let me try to find which one of them is on aid, because one of them is on aid. Wanting independence is not against the law, my dude. Wanting independence is not against the law. That's not how it goes. Here. I want to find the aid amount. Yugoslavia mentioned. Andrew Pepito. Donbass, yeah, but like wanting independence wasn't a bad thing by itself. If you just want to separate from a country, that's not inherently bad. Vojvodina wants independence from Serbia every once in a while. Serbia doesn't grant it. By itself, inherently wanting independence from a country is not a bad thing at all. How you try to get this independence is a different thing, and this is where you could be breaking some laws. But just wanting independence? Oh yeah, that's also a good question. Yeah. Oh, here it is. 1993. Yeltsin got 1.6 billion in US aid. Transnistria? Transnistria, I feel like even has less claims to independence than fucking Donbass does. Just, But I mean, talking about these areas wanting independence in any sort of a way is kinda... Like, I can't seriously take the entire idea. The whole idea of it, I just... Man. Man. That it's impossible to claim an area wants independence after it has already been invaded. Why can't it get independence? Bro, because it's under Russian control. This isn't a situation like if you look at Kosovo, for example. Kosovo, I feel, is a good comparison, right? Bro, there's literally Russian troops there. What do you mean? Who says that? But yeah. US troops in Kosovo and Germany? Does Germany want to separate from something? Does Germany want to get independence? What's Germany? How is Germany related to this? How is Germany in any sort of a way related? But when it comes to foreign troops inside Kosovo, yeah, you also have like Serbian troops in Kosovo, sure you do. For a while you had the UN peacekeepers around, even though they weren't doing shit, but they were still being around. It's because Kosovo wanted them in. You had them in Bosnia too. It's different when a country invites them in. It's different when they enter territory without being allowed in. Bro, Germany doesn't want to separate from European Union and NATO. What are you doing? Good old Germany is still occupied by USA. Ooh. It was the USA occupation that made it non-Nazi. Thank you, USA. You are my best friend. Only got independence because their alliance was stronger? What do you mean their alliance was stronger? Which alliance? The alliance was stronger than who? NATO was not Kosovo alliance. Then Yugoslavia was not against Kosovo independence. Serbia, yeah, you could say so. But like, man, Serbia was against independence of Slovenia and Croatia and Bosnia and Montenegro. And then Kosovo, of course. Serbia was against all of them getting their independence. They all fought for it. Part of fighting is, yeah, finding strong allies to support you. That's a good thing. I don't understand what is like only got independence because their alliance was stronger. Getting strong allies is a good thing. Whoever is stronger, they win. Usually. If it comes to wars, yeah. Usually you could say so. Really depends on the war in question, right? Like if you look at Croatia, for example, Croatia versus Serbia, we weren't stronger in terms of having stronger military, for example. We weren't that much better, plus we were also sanctioned by a lot of countries, so we weren't allowed to get more weapons, right? Croatia won because our people were willing to die. Serbia has had to abandon the idea of Greater Serbia inside Croatian lands because the second that they felt threatened, Krajina people left. They left before Oluja even began. They fled the day before. No, it wasn't not in any way similar to our villages here specifically, for example, learning that Serbs will be coming tomorrow and then staying there. No, Croatia was not supported by NATO for a very long time of our war. We got minimal support. We literally, for a very long time of our war, we got more support by Russia than we got by NATO. UN forbid for weapons to be given to us. No, Russia was not supporting Serbia. Russia was against Serbia. That's why Putin and Mesic were big friends at the time. Putin himself claimed that Russia helped Croatia fight off fascism, which was implied, to be Serbian fascism because Serbia was the one invading us. Russia gave us weapons. It is not true that Russia supported Serbia. The only part where Russia actually took the side of Serbia was when the bombing of Belgrade was talked about. No, it wasn't about religion, it wasn't about orthodoxy, nor... Okay, you genuinely, you seem to be just talking out of your ass when it comes to this. But Russia was not supporting Serbia at all. Russia gave us weapons. Like for a very long time of the war, Russia was giving us more weapons than NATO was. Because NATO was following the UN... what's it called? UN forbidding from giving us weapons. There's an English term. Yeah, religion's fucking useless. Religion's fucking useless when it comes to this. Yeah, I saved a bunch of videos. Saved a bunch of them on Europe. So we gotta watch Europe ones, but also saved Arthur. And we haven't watched Arthur yesterday, and I kind of want to watch Arthur today. So we're gonna watch Arthur, and then I've got European Union, and then I've got stuff about Russia, and then I have Kraut. I have one Kraut video saved that I have saved just because I have it. But yeah, if you look at Russia, let me see how good English people are on this. Let me see. According to the allegations in Croatian press, in violation of the UN arms embargo is the word, imposed on the former Yugoslavia, during the Croatian War of Independence, significant amount of arms were delivered from Russia to Croatia. Russian President Boris Yeltsin allegedly approved shipments of weapons by 150 airplanes, which took off from a military base 200 kilometers east of Moscow in the period of 1992 to 1997. Come on. We have in 2026 Croatian Daily Večernji List, which by the way is an okay newspaper. They published an article stating that a man received a catalogue of all types of Russian weapons from the French government. And then Večernji published another article with the owner of a company that was Croatia's main weapon supplier during the war, claiming that Russian ambassador to Croatia summoned him to the Russian embassy, asking for an inventory of all arms that arrived to Croatia via Russia between 1992 and 1997. Article cited Azimov as allegedly stating Croatia should be reminded of who was arming and rescuing it during the embargo. They tried to use it against us. They helped us during the war, then they tried to use it against us, and now you're denying the fact that this even happened. It's a weird little thing, my dude. It's a weird little thing. Yes, he did. Because Boris, Russia at the time, overall, but Boris saw the fallout of Yugoslavia as a good chance to get new allies. Yugoslavia itself, one of the big parts of the political discourse at the time, and the reason why it crumbled, is that Yugoslavia was invited to European Union. Yugoslavia, our president at the time, had conversations about European Union of attempting to get a fast track. European Union basically wanted to help Yugoslavia stay existing. The process of Balkanization, so Yugoslavia breaking into numerous countries, fighting with each other, of course, this was not in anyone's interest. European Union didn't want this, USA didn't want this, no one wanted this. This is why they all tried to send us aid to keep us going. No one wanted us to crumble, in the same way they didn't want USSR to crumble. No, European Union didn't want us to Balkanize. European Union wanted us to stay together. The whole thing with the embargo was because they wanted Serbia to be allowed to have control over other areas of Yugoslavia. When the embargo was pushed onto Yugoslavia, Serbia was having full control over the JNA, Yugoslav People's Military. They were the only ones with weapons. Placing an embargo on Yugoslavia meant that no one else was able to get weapons apart from Serbs. No one else. Serbs controlled all the weapons Yugoslavia had. Before the 1990s, each republic in Yugoslavia had its own control over military of its own territory, right? So, for example, Zagreb was controlling the JNA military on the territory of Croatia. Then 1990s happened. And as part of figuring out that the republics wanted to separate from Yugoslavia, what Milosevic did is he has created a completely different system of the military in Yugoslavia to make it so all of it is controlled by Belgrade. We did not have any control over JNA at the time. Placing an embargo was specifically meant to stop republics of Yugoslavia from seeking out independence. That was the reason for it. European Union was complicit in placing this embargo because the European Union wanted Yugoslavia to stay together, the same way USA wanted Yugoslavia to stay together. So when they placed an embargo on us, they knew what they were doing, right? Russia, though, at the time, Russia has noticed that Yugoslavia, staying constant, is getting close to European Union, and Russia saw an opportunity in helping republics because the idea was if we help the republics, they're going to feel indebted to us, and then they will have to be on our side. Which is exactly what they did with the arms shipments, and then later trying to use the arms shipments against us. They knew what they were doing when they were sending these. They weren't sending them because they gave a shit about poor little Croatian people. They were sending these because later they wanted to use them to blackmail us. So, yeah. Nobody supported Slovenia. That too. Luckily, they had a relatively short war, right? But holy shit. Slovenia was like humongous bulls country at the time. Humongous fucking bulls country, was it not? Slovene representatives were also the first ones to walk from the last communist Congress of Yugoslavia. It was the Slovenes. Croatians only did it later. It was the Slovenes. Like, I don't know. Just, I feel we owe them a big part of our independence. Really, we do. But yeah, we're watching Arthur.
Gave an interview, and in that interview he claimed something so out of this world I couldn't make this up even in my wildest dreams. As a Russian propagandist, I wouldn't dare to make this up. We're gonna watch the whole interview, but I'm gonna give you a sneak peek. Do you have your popcorn? So Putin publicly in this interview claimed that the West has
no, Slovenians got no support.
Jewish puppet, he's talking about Zelensky, to lead Ukraine in order to hide the West and Zelensky's anti-Semitic and Nazi sympathies. What? How out of the box can this guy think? Where does this come from? We're gonna get to it, but before, I have some other information for you. For example, here is a video of Ukrainian soldiers discovering themselves suddenly
oh shit, I have to show you.
5 Russian anti-personnel and 5 Russian anti-tank mines. Now this is a field, fully grown. The bush is hiding them so well, it's very difficult to see them, very difficult to demine them, and to move around in general. If there were no mines, you could just ride over this field with the tanks and the infantry would follow in the tank's tracks, which is taking away the bush, but you cannot do that because there are mines. And this illustrates perfectly why the movement, the advancement of the Ukrainian armed forces is so slow. The bush is fully grown, filled with mines, and there's so many of them.
Fuck, I have to show you a thing. I sent it to Discord, I know, okay? But I have to show you a thing. It's this one. It is this one. It is this one. Hey yo, wizard, how's life going? TM62 landmines modified with grenade fuses that dropped from Ukrainian drones. That one? Do they have the audio? They don't have the audio. Man! Big fucking explosion, my man. Come on. But then also, if you look at how it works, I saved a video of what the technology is behind this. And if you look at what the technology is behind this, there's a little drone. Here he is. There's a little drone. And he has a little shelf. And then you put a mine on the little shelf that the little drone has. And he flies like this. And then he does the thing. This is how he works. This is a simple little thing, isn't it? But he works. He's working. He's useful. He's very, very strong. I love him. I think that's the funniest thing ever. Like, imagine, holy shit, imagine getting blown the fuck up by this. First you get blown up by both fucking drones, and then you get blown up by this thing. My man. I accidentally closed this link, and now I have to open it to not lose it later. How I want everything delivered. Look, sometimes I get a package by the post and it is so badly handled and so badly mishmashed. I feel maybe it was delivered like this.
Mine, a simple anti-tank dumb mine, has proven
That's
to
how
be the
posts
most
deliver
effective
to
Russian
each
weapon
other.
against the Ukrainian counteroffensive. Now Ukraine obviously concentrates their deminers in a certain area to clear through a channel through the Russian lines, which they have done. And then they will funnel all of the armor and infantry through that tunnel because it's safe. But then the Russians will target that tunnel, target that channel through the lines, and immediately it's a choke point, and you could say a kill box. So either the mines are effective or it's the concentrated artillery on the kill box. These are the difficulties. But now we go to the southern front on the map. Between Nova Prakopivka and Verbova, there is this Surovikin line where the Ukrainians have
Surovikin. I saved a good thread on Surovikin too.
Of course, don't mind the destroyed Russian tanks. Well, do mind it. Cool. The area the soldier is filming is around here, just in between those two settlements. And he has crossed the Surovikin line. So these dragons, they're quite useless there. And we can see it from far from the Russian-occupied side of the line. But what is happening near Nova Prakopivka? You see, these are the defenses before the settlement. These black lines right here, they have dragon's teeth, anti-tank teachers, and Ukrainians have penetrated through them. Today we got information that they have liberated the infantry positions on this line. And they're following down this highway right here. Of course, we zoom in, we see a forest belt. Now these infantry positions, these trenches over these fields, for example, yeah, Ukraine liberated them. But you can be sure this forest belt leading to the settlement itself is filled with foxholes and fighting positions. So the entire way to the settlement is a fight. These fields are mined, these fields are mined, and this forest belt filled with troops and infantry fighting positions. So it's gonna be a slow struggle, as it always has been. Now, my friends, the moment you have been waiting for, actually. Putin, God, I'm not even gonna say anything. Let's watch it, and Get ready to get your mind twisted. May I ask you for an important clarification? We just heard your dialogue about how many Jewish people were killed by Nazi collaborators in Ukraine. First of all, we're talking about civilians in the Soviet Union as a whole. It turned out that it was over 13 million people. And then a separate question was asked about the tragedy of the Holocaust and the murder of Jewish people. Then the logical question is, how does all this relate to the fact that modern Ukraine, with all what is happening there now, is led by an ethnic Jew? After all, Western leaders are always pointing out to Russia that what kind of Nazism is there if they have a Jew at the helm? Zelensky is
Fucking
Jew.
hate this question.
Yes, I've already mentioned that. I probably can't add anything new, but I think it's important to repeat it, namely that the Western supervisors put at the head of a modern Ukraine a man who is an ethnic Jew with Jewish roots, with Jewish ancestry. And in this way, in my opinion, so now we get to Putin's opinion, get ready, eat your popcorn, they cover up the anti-human essence, which is the foundation, the basis of the modern state. So the basis of modern Ukraine in the eyes of Putin is the anti-human essence and the Nazism. That's the basis. That's how he sees it. It makes the whole situation extremely disgusting that an ethnic Jew covers up the glorification of Nazism and covers up those who headed, my God, at the time, the Holocaust in Ukraine, which was the extermination of 1.5 million people. My God, how twisted this guy is. I honestly feel Israel is obliged to react to this somehow. I want to see a stronger reaction from Israel, stronger military support towards Ukraine from Israel. This is,
Bro, they don't have balls for that.
Anti-Semitic talk from Putin. He's making comparisons that cannot be in the same sentence. That are worlds apart. So if that wasn't enough, I have another video for you that recently surfaced where Putin is discussing with General Shoigu and some others World War II. And we get to again take a look into his twisted mind, how he sees history. The attitude of the world to the events related to the preconditions of the beginning of the Second World War.
Trying to get the
Its
support
course
of the
and
far right?
results
Oh,
in many
definitely.
respects give an understanding of the modern processes. And new meanings and challenges of the time clearly show that in 1945, Nazism was defeated, but unfortunately, it has not been eradicated.
You reminded me of
true,
something.
It has not. And one of the biggest carriers of Nazism and their sympathies is Russia, actually. It's so strange how the Russian
Isn't
propaganda
there
works,
some sort of a...
accusing every other state, the West, the Ukraine, of doing these things, and then, like in the kindergarten, they're teaching these symbols
not
and
extension,
dressing up children
but
like Hitler used it. The same way, teaching
a
them
rule
from a very
like
young
that.
age to glorify Russia as a superior nation.
Can't you do that in your
Sound
mod
familiar?
part?
It is manifested again in the same Russophobia or anti-Semitism. So he's accusing of Russophobia. Everybody is our
Russophobia,
enemy. We are
my
the
dude,
best, we are the
Russophobia.
greatest. They're all just afraid of us. They have this phobia and the glorification of Nazi criminals. Direct propaganda of Nazism in the Baltic. What countries? That's my country, Estonia. In Ukraine also have become the norm. It is as if Nuremberg never existed. There are no international laws prohibiting
There's
such.
no... Okay, settings. I found
Moreover,
settings.
history has been used as a weapon of ideological struggle, and we need an adequate instrument. Again, it's so crazy how this works in Russia. Putin has personally
Manage
ordered
I'm
Russian
pretty
history
sure there was a
books to be
moderation
released.
part about new
They
accounts.
have been done in the new history books. It's made up by him. He just made it up as he is seeing it, completely delusional. And he's accusing this very same...
Oh, this too, by the way. I have a very good thread saved on this. Sorry, I have to show it to you. I'm gonna forget to show it to you later. A very, very, very good thread on this. Because, is this where I put my bookmarks? Very, 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 very good one. Very, very, very... It was him. Or? Was it you? Was it you, Kasparov? I think it was him. No, it wasn't him. Who made it? I don't know who made it. I'm gonna find it. It's one of these. But the idea, here it is. The illusion that Putin does not share the worldview of Russian ultranationalists like Dugin, Girkin or Prigozhin has long been debunked by his statements and publications. We would be much less naive about his ideology, goals and reliability as a negotiation partner if we monitored not only his statements, but also the statements of his fellow party members more regularly. Putin is quite moderate compared to, is an expression we hear quite frequently. This is connected to his strategy of delivering different messages to foreign audiences and sometimes hiding his real intentions between the lines. When some propagandists call for nuclear rockets on Kiev, it's part of the strategy to portray the Russian dictator as calm, wise, and even responsible leader. It helps him stay in power because the international community prefers him to what they think the alternatives would represent. So I think this is like a very, very cool, interesting part of this, right? What he did in that interview, there was, it's obviously, you can see in the way that the reporter asked the question, it's like basically the question is planned, the answer is planned. They likely saw a lot of criticism coming from this area, so they were like, hey, this is what you have to ask him. You ask him this question, he gives you an answer. GG, we like represent the answer to this to our own audiences, which may be also asking this question. But it's such a delusional, fucking stupid take that you can assume it wasn't meant for anyone outside of Russia. No one outside of Russia is going to fall for this bullshit. It's meant to quickly calm down any sort of line of questioning the narrative around Putin. And he's very much willing to go into very, very deep conspiracy bullshit because of this. He's not any better than any other alternatives to Putin. Since Ukraine has no air superiority, losses will be high when doing offensive operations. Yeah, it is true. Unfortunately, it is true. The Westerners have not supported Ukraine nearly enough. Specifically, certain countries, I feel, have betrayed Ukraine quite strongly. Some other ones are trying to push through, attempting to push through. Dumb mistake. But yeah, overall, just don't have delusions about Putin.
He has an amazing ability to
Siberian nursing home, polishing his KGB medals, and no one serious would fucking listen to him. That too.
It's a forever
That too.
blame-shifting game. It's a forever giving away responsibility to everybody else, blaming everybody else, never seeing their own role in some processes. I've also seen how Russian people in mass adapt this. Something happens, they immediately turn away, they turn the blind eye, they become apolitical. I recently saw a fight in a bar. I was surrounded by Russian guys. I stayed and watched and made sure, I wanted to see what happened, and it's a conflict. Every Russian guy was running out of the door, like, whoop, no.
Oh, there isn't a thing with like how old an account must be.
Away from oneself's responsibility in a situation.
There is a thing with email verification. Look at this.
Everybody else is today. That's the mindset. Moreover, history has been
But it doesn't really do the same thing, right?
Yep, that's how it is in Russia. And
It doesn't really do the same thing.
Of defense capable not only of repelling but also preventing any such attacks. Veterans, historians, and researchers with whom I have met on numerous occasions have repeatedly spoken about the need for this. Yeah, I remember one of this meeting in a video. Putin met with a cartologist, the guy who is expert on maps.
Oh shit, yeah, the map, dude.
Like from the 1500s, even before.
Do you guys have your emails verified?
And this video was supposed to prove that Kiev and Rus did not exist as based on Kiev. It was always Moscow, because that's what Putin is teaching Russian people. And on that map, it clearly said Kiev as the capital. It was noted, it was written, it was even noted on the down of the map with a letter, with a text saying that it's Kiev and Rus, everything based out of Kiev, the stronghold of Orthodox Christianity in the Rus land, Kiev and Rus. And Putin was like, there's clearly no Kiev in this map. And the cartologist, being afraid of flying out of the window, was like, yeah, I don't see Kiev anywhere. It was right there. Like, where is Kiev, That's how it is.
Basically, these are the settings that I can choose. And there's this thing. So I can go, some chatters must have a verified email, and then I can make it that chatters without a verified email must have accounts older than a certain time. I feel I could turn that on. Maybe it could work, but like most of you are not gonna be affected, right? Feel that could work. Let me try. Not gonna. I don't want this one. I don't want this one, I think. Put this one, what do we do, a month? Let's do a month. Wait, that's email? And then the phone? Do we put it less for phone? Because how many people don't want to give their phone? Is it a huge sum? Put it a day for phone. Do we even put the phone? Is email gonna be enough? Email could be enough. Yeah, maybe we just leave it at like email. We'll leave it at email and then we see what happens. There is like verification exemptions, which, you know, I guess I doubt we have mods who have had their accounts for less than 1 month. So I think we're good. I think we're good. Non-mods. Okay, we don't need these. We don't need these. We're good on all of this. So that's GG. That's GG. Let's go watch Arthur.
That's what they teach. That's what comes down from the top in Russia. My friends, now I guide you to...
Yeah, I had to show you a
special
fundraiser
forces
too.
are going in 1 week to Ukraine, to Kiev.
Oh!
And we have 36,000. You guys have gathered 36,000 out of 48. So the link is in the description.
Bro, I have no
below.
money.
Go and donate. It's NAFO69 sniff.
I donate the last $20.
Giving a car to the unit of GUR, the 3rd Assault Brigade, and another unit which is secret. And I'm going, they're gonna give us weapons training. They're gonna give us perhaps night vision training. It's gonna be a great video.
Can you put one account in slow
Let's
mode?
give these Ukrainian units these cars. We're lacking 10,000 to reach the goal. I know you guys can do it.
That would be
My
fucking
friends, recently
great.
The Western mainstream media have
Just like one account. Rules for allowing this account 37. You can. Wait, fuck, let me go check it out. Really? I see ban, purge, delete. Timeout, ban. Purge, purge. Timeout, mod. Ban. Messages. Block, report. Maybe with like bots. Maybe with bots. I should, you know what I should do? I should do a thing where like you have a bot tell you the age of the account. I've seen some other people have it. By the way, I have a free day tomorrow. I have told you. So I need to go to the city before noon. But that means that I can stay up a long time this evening, okay? So it means I can go and do a lot of stuff to fix the stream. Be fucking happy for me, okay? But there's a thing that other streamers have, and I don't know where they got it, but it tells you how old a new account in your stream is. It's a little warning, and the warning is like, hey, this account is like 3 days old, and it pops up if a first-time chatter has a new account. I need that.
Started to report
Just to kind of bully them.
Kim Jong-un, the leader of North Korea, supposedly coming to Russia to meet Putin personally. Kim Jong is very hyped that Russia needs ammunition and weaponry, since Russia is lacking almost everything on the front lines. North Korea has piled up this from China for years, decades. They have a lot of artillery munitions, small arms fire, Kalashnikovs, old D-30 howitzers. They have a lot to give to Russia. And Kim Jong is hyped that there is a country now that needs them. Nobody needs North Korea, they need China. Now suddenly there's a huge country that needs everything North Korea has in the weapons terms. So Kim Jong is hyped, somebody needs him, I gotta go to Russia. And well, the
Somebody
joke
needs
is
him.
that Russia and North Korea actually built a bridge of friendship. I'm not kidding you. Look, this is North Korea, this is Russia. They have a land border. And this is the bridge of friendship, the only connection to Russia from North Korea physically
Beautiful.
over land. It's a bridge over this river, and it's a railway bridge to, establish some kind of trade or something. The bridge of friendship comes from North Korea and ends in Russia, or was it the vice versa? The bridge is built, the rail is built on top, and it just ends into empty ground. There's no connection. The railway just ends on a field. That's it. They never built it. The friendship was never finished. So whatever North Korea wants to give, there is no physical connection in between those two countries. It doesn't matter that they have the bridge of friendship, the railways are not connected. So in any way of bigger quantities of military aid North Korea wants to give, they need to complete their bridge of friendship. fully. So that takes time. So yeah, we might see Kim in
True.
Russia, but North Korea
That's why
and
it takes
Russia
so long.
cannot physically share anything unless they complete this infrastructure project, which has taken, what, 10 years already. So I find it a little bit funny. United States National Advisor Jake Sullivan said recently that North Korea will pay the price. This is his quote. North Korea will pay the price for any military aid given to Russia. This is United States official threat to North Korea. So this thing is getting global. North Korea is happy somebody wants them, but they're making...
Do we need mods?
United States is their enemy already.
The question
US
is, do you want
is
more
making
people
more
ruling
serious.
over you?
And talking about United States getting more serious, in the recent aid packet,
There's a part
Joe
of me
Biden
which just wants to give mods to like
sending
everyone.
depleted uranium ammunition to Ukraine. I think it was the UK who was the first to send depleted uranium ammunition, but now United States has followed suit, and they are agreeing to send it. Now this ammunition can be fired from Abrams tanks, destroying Russian tanks more easily, because this depleted uranium is incredibly tough and hard, and it's meant to penetrate heavy armor. Just go through it like from butter, and what it does, it vaporizes metal in a way, or a lot of metal and depleted uranium dust particles explode around when the round goes into the armor. There's a dust particle of metal, and it ignites, so it's burning metal and depleted uranium. So it's a very deadly combo. It's a very effective ammunition with a high destructive power. It's not a game changer, of course, in this war, but these things help. Combine these things, and it is a game changer. Why it's such a big deal is because people protesting that, or protesting the usage of uranium ammunition, they're saying that it leaves a debris of radioactive dust around it, or the shells or the ammunition
Use it on
is left on the battlefield, and depleted uranium will stay radioactive for a very long time. Of course, the levels are small, and it's nothing.
The only way to become a
active
mod is to
uranium,
give
but it
100
still
gift
has a
subs.
higher level than nothing, higher level of radiation. So that's why
In this
people are
economy,
so
heck
against
yeah, I
it.
don't
You
have
know,
poor people as
I'm
my
not
mods.
for it. I mean, Russia was using cluster bombs from day one, and it took 1.5 years for the Western countries, for the United States, to send cluster bombs for Ukraine. So Ukraine is like fighting on crutches. It's an uneven fight. They have to box with one hand behind their back. So give them depleted uranium ammunition, I say. I'm glad to see this decision. In
Give
this
us more.
video, my friends, we see what is done to collaborant cars on the left side, Russian-occupied side of the Dnieper River. Collaborators' cars, tires are punched. The Ukrainian Trident is drawn on top of the car. The partisan movement is incredibly active, and the Ukrainian intelligence is deeply connected on the Russian-occupied side of any Ukrainian territory. So this means in the long term, Russia cannot occupy Ukraine will be like
no mod for you.
was for the Soviet Union. An army
You become a mod, it's gonna be like a week before no fuckers comes into chat. And what do I do then?
Because the people's mentality is so against the occupiers, and this will always win. It's like Russia is bleeding themselves slowly to death. Right?
There's like a way,
Same happened to Soviet Union.
I keep on thinking about it, there's a way to draw the trident with one line only. Have you seen it? I've seen it as a tattoo, and I wanted to remember how it's drawn, and I forgot.
What? How many times I've said your weird name? Olajon Bjorkum. I think third time at least. Thank you, my friend.
John. I modded my channel of a Ukrainian guy somewhere on the front line. Holy shit, I hope he's good.
Let me know where you're from. Thank you.
Oh, holy shit. You can't, yeah.
So my friends, go and check out my Instagram. No reason to do it.
He can't stream, and I guess you can't even know where exactly he is. So it's...
Plug my Instagram. And as always, my friends, until my next video, which will be tomorrow.
I hope he's okay.
Bye-bye.
I hope he's okay. That's very fucking concerning. I hope he's okay. I hope he's alright. I saved this video, by the way, for yesterday. And then we didn't watch it. But I don't know what it was. I don't know if it's good. It's BBC. So I was like, BBC? Okay. Maybe. Might be fun. Might be fun. But also it's like BBC. I don't know if it is fun. Who the fuck knows, my man? Beautiful Russian soul. Where's that meme? Where's that meme? I saved a meme. That meme that people wanted to cancel Anastasia for posting. This one. The Russians are so hard to read. Kill. Such complex creatures. So majestic. For real though, they're celebrating the fucking missile strike. It's this missile strike, bro. The situation it created is so fucking stupid. You have Westerners being like, are we sure? Are we sure? It was actually a missile strike? Done by Russia? are we sure about this? Can we be certain it was Russia who did this? And then you go to Russian Telegram and the Russians are like, damn, we should have killed more of them. We should have killed like 10 times more people. We only got 16? Wow. And one kid only? Damn. Bad luck next time. I think Ukrainians are probably crying about this right now. Like most of these. I think it's one of these. Too weak projectile. It's bad not so many people got hit. And then you go to Westerners, and Westerners are being like, what if this was actually Ukrainian air defense hit again? What if this was another accident of theirs? Bro, they're literally celebrating it. Bro, dude, man. Just, come on. Giving more credit to fuckers than they are giving themselves. But I wanted to show you this thing, because it's a very, very cool little fundraiser, and I don't know if it's still opened. I don't know if it is, but you can give, I think it's $3, £3, okay, £3, 3 loser money currencies, but you can give £3. Here's a link with a link in it, okay, and then a teddy will be handmade and given to a Ukrainian child. All money goes to this foundation for helping orphans. So currently 19 of them have been made, and when they're funded they will be given over to kids, and then more slots will be open when more teddies will be able to be made. But here they are. It's little tiny teddy bears for children orphaned or rescued in Ukraine. I thought it was a cool thing. I saw it for the first time today. I've never seen this fundraiser before, so I thought it was kind of cute. It's an adorable little thing. And it's also like relatively cheap. It says £3, $3, €3, which is a very different sum of money. kind of interesting. They didn't choose like a net sum. They were just like 3. Give me 3. But yeah, it's not really expensive. Plus you can help a lot. So go, shoo, go do that. 3 coins. Yeah, 3 coins basically. That's true. What did I want to show you? I wanted to show you the toonies. Did I save the toonies? Or did I not save them? Oh, I saved this one. And this one is what? Can you pay with 3 rubles? Bro, rubles basically have minus value. If you give them 3 rubles, you have taken away some cash from them. Okay, they should pay you 3 rubles. And give you the bear. Wow, fuck him. It's Zelensky's piggy bank. Excuse me, I heard they actually go to his mother, who bought the entirety of Mass Effect Citadel. So yeah, that's the new thing. His mother has been buying apartments on a galactic scale. Laptops, by the way, you can also donate laptops. I'm gonna give you the link to this one too. You can donate laptops. Now they do need to be kind of goodish. And I know laptops are fucking expensive, and how many people do you know who actually have like very, very strong laptops around, just sitting, being ready to be, gifted? I don't know, probably not that much. But still, if you have one, or if you know someone who has one, you can be donating them. Laptops are very, very, very fucking needed, okay? And also it's like, main thing is that it works and isn't too old. There's like 3 categories of laptops. Can run office applications, can run modern video editing software, can run modern 3D software. And yeah, depending on how good it is, just go and donate it. And then, when you donate it, they get more laptops. And by having more laptops, they can do more shit and they can save more lives. And you want to save more lives, okay? You should be wanting to save more lives. It should be a thing that you are trying to go for as a normal human being. But also, I saved videos on the European Union. And let me see. I saved this one. This one is from European Parliament itself, and it's on how disinformation works. I've saved this one, which is on Britain no longer being G7 worst performing economy, which I just thought it might be funny, because I don't know, I like mocking the Brits, and they're finally doing something good, which means that I don't have to feel bad about mocking them, because they're actually succeeding as a country in some way. I saved this one, which is on Parliament's standpoint ahead of the State of the European Union debate, which, by the way, is going to be streamed. So that's going to be very, very interesting. And I do look forward to this, genuinely. And I'll also say this, which is Europe is winning minds. I don't know what it is. It wasn't very recommended. It's supposed to be about how we're kind of, from being people of our respective nations, we are turning to Europeans too. So we might actually start with this one, and then we might go to the other ones. I saw the preview before the stream. I was like, interesting, gotta save this, and then I saved this, and now I'm here, so.
Largest nation-building project. Over the past decade, the share of those identifying solely with their country
It starts in half a sentence. Fucking
Europe is going
cruel.
through the world's largest nation-building project. Over the past decade, the share of those identifying solely with their country has fallen, whereas those identifying with Europe have risen steadily. It's the result of rapprochement between the peoples of Europe in the face of collective challenges.
Shock to the UK's
Oh, he's
decision,
cute.
the economic fallout from the coronavirus.
Vladimir Putin unleashed on Ukraine.
But also careful policy by European institutions to craft a common identity.
If you
And
can
it's an
donate
effort
lap
that will play a
dances,
determining
do
role
so.
in the direction that European integration will take. So are Europeans actually starting to feel European, and what does that mean for the future of Europe? This video was powered by the European Cultural Foundation in anticipation of Europe Day.
Whoa.
The difficult thing when talking about European identity is that there's no clear definition for it, and so it's relatively hard
It's
to
relatively
measure.
oldish.
That's because there are several strands of European identity, whether it be the economic community, the cultural or political entity of the European Union, a geographic identity with the European political community, or the Council of Europe. And so when talking about European identity, polls tend to ask
Wait,
about
what?
trust or the Council of Europe.
Fair.
And so when talking about European identity, polls tend to ask about trust in European institutions or the feeling of being European. Yet despite this difficulty, there's a tangible shift going on. If we take a look at how people respond, young Europeans are more likely to support the European Union and relate to the European identity than their elders. If we consider these two metrics with the graph from the start of the video, then European nation building is moving in a positive direction. While there have been contributions by the European cultural and media sector with the contributions of Into Europe, it should come as no surprise that the main actor and organization looking to build this up is the European Union, which has somewhat of a larger budget than I do. Ever since it started organizing elections in the 1970s, it's been concerned with how to relate to Europeans. And the EU has a difficult task at that. And that is because most of what the EU does isn't directly visible to its citizens. It doesn't run schools, it doesn't give out social benefits, and it isn't involved with things like the
I does
retirement
have
age
some
that
control
visibly
over
affect
that.
people on a day-to-day basis. And that's a choice by national governments to keep control over key policy areas and their national sovereignty. But those things make it very hard for people to understand what the EU actually does, and as a result makes it difficult to identify with it. So the EU is constantly looking to promote policies that are both of interest to European citizens and that make it relatable and relevant. And on some level, it has been successful at that. The EU flag is now plastered everywhere, EU citizens now carry around European passports, and the Erasmus program allows students to experience another
Erasmus.
country at the cost of the European
Man,
Union.
Erasmus is fucking great, by
There's
the
also
way.
this interesting phenomenon
If you can
where
participate,
EU
do
politicians
it.
get into a feeding frenzy about canceling daylight savings every couple of years, which draws a lot of attention to an area where the EU could actually weigh in, whether or not that actually is relevant and useful for people. These initiatives
Fair.
and the European sentiment that's being created doesn't mean that Europe is on the road to becoming a country, or that national governments will give more power to European institutions like the European Union. But it does increase the likelihood of the EU surviving in the future. Apart from the easy access to other European countries, this sense of European identity has an important impact on two main aspects: solidarity between European countries and the policy direction of the European Union. This is a map of the willingness of European countries to help out others in the event of a major crisis.
Man! Man! Why? Man, okay, Hungarians though. I would expect Hungarians. But dude! Dude! It's fucking betrayal! How the fuck is that fair? And look at us, we're being positively green, we're being good. We're being good, okay? Even Slovenia is being good at that. Wait, what is this? Who would EU countries be willing to help? Who they would be willing to help? Ah, which country they would be willing to help? Wait, so like no one... Is this saying no one would want to go help UK? Is that what they're saying? Like if a major crisis happens in UK, no one would go and help it? How is this even calculated? It's like from 0 to 30, it's like 30% of people would be willing to go to help, right? Or? But what's 10 then? What is 10 in red? Like 10% of people would be willing to make the major crisis even worse? What the fuck is this calculate? Percentage point difference. Ah, okay, 30% more would be willing to help than not being willing to help. Fucking cute though. Still confuses me. Croatia being quite good though is very good overall. I'm happy for Croatian stats. I just think your people's stats are funny. Oh shit. Who would European Union countries be willing to... Oh, nice! Country by country. Shit, let's do this. Okay. Where's me? Where's Croatia? Okay, wait. In Spain, the percentage of people who would be willing to help Italy is 49 points higher than the percentage of those who would be unwilling to help. Okay, so for example, 1% doesn't want to help, 50% do want to help, so the difference is 49, right? Am I getting it correctly? If 1% doesn't want, 50% does want, the difference is 49. Now, when you look at Croatia, 31, 37, okay, so we are more united on helping Poland than we are on helping Spain. 20, 23, more united on helping Romania than on helping Denmark, nice. 21, 39, Italy? Why are we so close to Italy? Why so close to Italy? 8, Netherlands? Oh, Netherlands is like controversial. Netherlands is controversial territory. Would you like to be going to help Netherlands and Croatians start a fight over it? 17, 9, Greece. Okay, I see Greece. I see Greece being controversial. Netherlands? -1 in France. Yeah. Okay, that's good, that's good, that's good. So -1 basically means if 10% of people say they would not help, then 9% of people are saying they would help. So the difference is -1, because one less percentage is going towards helping, which means we are fucking based. Okay, we are fucking based. Who has the best score on France? Estonia? Estonia, I adore the shit out of you. +33 for Hungary. Not happy about this. And only 3 for Finland. EU average is 20. Oh. Bro, I was like, I wonder who in European Union is the biggest traitor. And I look at the bottom score and it's -12. And I'm like, which European Union fundsucker is willing to betray us all? And it's fucking Colombia. And then UK is like outside of the thing because they left. Cute. Tunisia, UK. Okay, UK would be willing to help. Bro, Croatia isn't even up here, right? I can't see who would betray us. I wish I could see who would betray us. Oh no, when? Wait, in Spain. For instance, in Spain, the percentage of people who would be willing to help Italy. Wait, so it's like up, down? Wait, was I reading this wrong? It's who Spain would be willing and wouldn't be willing to help? Is that what it is? So you're not actually looking at who Croatia would be helping, you're looking at who would be helping Croatia? I was correct. Bro, I'm confused now. But it's showing to this one. It's showing this one. They're showing this. And they're saying in Spain, number of people who would be willing to help Italy is 49 points higher than the number who would be unwilling to help. So that means that the other number means in Poland, the number of people willing to go help Italy is 40 points higher. I guess that actually makes more sense. Guess that it actually makes more sense. Because like it would be easier to question all of these countries, but then why would you go to them and you would ask them what they think about Colombia and Tunisia? India? Wait, cringe-lord, look at this, look at this. You know who would be willing to help India if India was going through a major crisis? Spain and Poland would be willing to help you. Denmark would be watching from the side. Then you have Romania and Italy helping, but Germany just slightly bit helping, just +1, slightly bit helping. 49% don't want to help, 50% do want to help, the difference is only 1 point. But then, check out the traitors. Check out these traitor nations, all of these. All of these fuckers would have betrayed you. Apart from the UK, which has +10, UK would have helped. Did you know that? Did you know that? UK wants to help all of them, but many people don't want to help them. Yeah, I guess actually. Yeah, when you look at UK scores, it's like minus, plus, 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 minus, plus, minus. But then you look at who UK would be helping, and it's almost every single one of them. It wouldn't be helping Japan, and it wouldn't be helping Colombia. It wants to help every single other country. UK is being nice. UK is being nice and we're hating them. Oh shit. What? Minus 41? What? Bro, minus 41. How does that go? Like 9% of people want to help, 50% of people don't want to help, right? They can keep the artifacts now? Bro. Okay, fair. They're playing nice. Fair. Kick their ass. Holy shit, I love that emote. Be at easel. That's fucking cute. That is fucking cute. Hakon. Adorable. Poland getting pluses from everyone, but Finland would not go help Poland. Wait, but that means France would not go help Croatia. But Frenchies were our allies in our war. Frenchies did help us. Frenchies actually did do it. Why? Didn't know Finland didn't give a shit about India so hard. It's not even just not giving a shit, it's like actively hating it. It's fucking actively hating it. Is minus 41 the worst score? I guess it is. Yes, it's like it's the lowest. Greece would be very unwilling to help UK. Finland would be very unwilling to help Colombia. But my man. UK here and there is really, really sad. Greece minus 23 on Finland. Fuck, what? Minus 35 on UK. Minus 36 on Germany, bro. Germany has a crisis. Greeks fucking celebrate. Nice. Nice. Okay, that's fair. Why is the UK cool with everyone but Colombia and Japan? I've got no idea. Fuck, I wanted to say it's probably about like proximity, but then like Tunisia and India and Vietnam and Nigeria And Canada? May not be. How close they are. Japan knows what they did. Okay, I guess that's fair. They know. They wouldn't ask. Japan looks at this and they're like, ah, we got good scores. We got okay scores, my guys. Expected a lot worse. Plus 51. What's this? Spain helping Greece? Why? Solidarity of like Eastern Eastern Europe, Spain. Solidarity of seafaring nations. What is it? Why so high? Is 51 the highest score? No, 64. Spain willing to help Portugal. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. 64. Yeah, that is the highest one. I guess that's why I had too many numbers. Nice though. I was like, who the fuck is gonna invade Portugal? It's when it comes to I guess when we talk about a major crisis, I guess invasions onto the country's territory are not the only type of a major crisis that could arise. But bro, Portugal is in quite a good location. Nothing militarily is going to happen to them. Okay, it's not like someone's gonna go and invade fucking Portugal. Currently, the biggest threat to any European country is fucking Russia, and to go all the way to Portugal, it would need to sail through plenty countries' territorial waters, and maybe start another shootout with, you know, British fishermen. So, lowest is the Finno-Indian one. Yeah, good question, Cringelot. What did you do to them? Apologize. Go and apologize to the Finns. Because when you have a major crisis happening, you know who's not gonna help you? The Finns. And what will you do about that? What will you do about that? You will cry. There's going to be nothing else you will be able to do. So many other countries will come to your aid. Other BRICS members maybe. China gonna send in soldiers with sticks. To be fucking kicking Indians around. My man, what the fuck is wrong with that though? I just saw someone make a very, very dumbass comment on China-India territorial dispute. It was about how Russia's coming to help. Oh shit. We've seen how they help. It's like minus 100. Someone was making a comment on the Russian drone that flew into Romania. And one of the comments on like the Romanian reaction to this and why they didn't push for Article 5 was like, hey bro, it would be a bit hard to press Article 5 over something that a country doesn't feel threatened about, right? So an attack on country's territory did happen, but not all attacks on country's territory are the same, and not all of them make you feel threatened as a country, right? Not all of them mean an invasion. And someone was like, what is the other like example of this you have, where an attack on country's territory doesn't inherently mean that the country is threatened? And they brought up the example of India and China every once in a while sending soldiers out there in the mountains to whack each other with sticks. Because like an attack is happening, but like, do you feel threatened? You don't. You wouldn't start a full-blown war for this. You are being attacked technically. It's just that no one wants to actually militarize as a response. And I thought it was quite a good example. Only entity to invade Portugal would be Spain. Oh shit, that's why they have pluses. This plus 64, it's like Russia helping Ukraine. Spain would be invading Portugal and then being like, damn, we're coming to save the Portuguese from the evil... I don't even know who the fuck would be manipulating Portuguese into thinking they are a separate nation. Which, by the way, they are a base nation, okay? If you look at any stats on Portugal, they are basically Eastern Europe, which is way better than being connected to Spain. What is this video? The Russian 2nd Pacific Squadron? Fuck, we need to watch that one. Oh, we need to watch that one. One of the funniest videos we saw on this stream, my dude, was the one from that bird creator dude. What's his fucking name? The bird dude, and he made a video on Russians attacking those British fishermen. Look at this. Dogger Bank. She goes dagger. Blue Jay. His name's Blue Jay. I thought this was such a funny video. I'm gonna just click on a random part to show it to you, because we watched it already.
Spent months at a time frozen in port, so the crew of mostly uneducated peasants couldn't tell you the difference between a bowline knot and a porcelain pot. This group of inexperienced conscripts is put under the command of Admiral Rozhetsvensky, a man so prone to anger that his staff made sure to keep a large supply of binoculars at the ready due to how often he would throw them overboard. But hey, fuck it, what better way to learn than a trial by fire, right? So they set sail on their epic quest to turn the tide of the war and bring glory to the motherland. And immediately the flagship runs aground and a cruiser loses its anchor. While they waited for the flagship to refloat, a destroyer forgot friendly fire was on and rammed into a battleship, prompting it to return for repairs. Don't worry men, surely this can't be foreshadowing. As the fleet pushed on, a growing hysteria spread amongst the crew. They were afraid that at any second they'd be ambushed by Japanese torpedo boats. By Denmark. But the crewmen didn't have time to worry about things as frivolous as logic, so when two fishermen approached the fleet to deliver a message, they opened fire. The two fishermen survived the false alarm without a scratch thanks to the horrible standards of the Russian gunnery. As for their message, they informed Rear Admiral
Troy Red, by the way, all of this.
Promoted to Vice Admiral. This wouldn't be the only false alarm, as later another ship signaled that she was under attack by 8 Japanese torpedo boats, only to find out that there were 0 Japanese torpedo boats. There was just nothing there. Having survived the Baltic, our heroes made their way towards Britain, where they encountered a small group of fishing trawlers at Dogger Bank. But surely by now our skittish sailors have learned their lesson. Ninjas! Strelietes bullshit! Chaos ensued as the Russians laid down hellfire upon the unsuspecting fishermen. The Russians are going bonkers. Some run around the deck aimlessly waving cutlasses to repel imaginary boarding parties, while others just cuddle up on the deck with life jackets, accepting their demise. Keep it up, men! These Japanese have horrendous aim, Igor. We haven't even taken a hit. But hey, at least this time we made sure they weren't fishermen first. We're shooting at fishermen, aren't we? Definitely a possibility, sir. Well, at least we didn't fire on our own ships, killing a sailor and Russian Orthodox priest. The British trawler fleet were sitting ducks as their nets in the water prevented a hasty escape, and the Russians fired at them for 20 minutes before realizing their mistake. While this sounds like the setup for a massacre, you forget our heroes are about as effective as a guy holding a fish on Tinder, sinking only 1 trawler and damaging 2 of their own ships. The battleship Oriole really captured the spirit of a TikTok pickup artist, reportedly shooting 500 shots without scoring a single hit. 2 fishermen and 2 Russians died in the mayhem, so at least the survivors can brag at the local pub that they tied with the Russian Navy. This event became known as the Dogger Bank incident and nearly ignited a war between Russia and Britain. The Brits just settled for revoking their access to the
Unfortunately,
Suez Canal, forcing
didn't.
the Russians to make a slight tweak in their course. The slow, coal-powered fleet made its way towards Africa, attacking more civilians and cutting underwater telegraph cables along the way. They met up with
Someone
some
in
German
Grisha's
supply
chat
ships to
just
refuel due
asked,
to the
is
aforementioned
Ukraine
lack of
committing a
African
war
holdings
crime
in port? What nice
by
friends
sending
those Germans.
drones?
I'm sure the relationship will last. Africa's pretty big, almost as big as my self-loathing, so they took on double loads of coal and kept giant piles of the stuff just sitting on deck. Definitely the kind of thing to land you an EPA audit. But it's not like any sailors were going to die from black lung, except for the ones who did. Morale is low, so the Russian crew decides to lift their spirits by treating themselves to the exotic pets of Madagascar. Alright men, you all can... Hey, Igor, stop sniffing glue for a sec, buddy. You all can
The
go
way
ashore
they just
and
like
pick out
chunk
one thing
him
to bring
out.
back with you. Nothing too crazy, like snakes or crocodiles. What did I say? Sir, I can explain. Watch it throw back the shot at Tito's. The ship became a floating zoo as the crew brought on a bunch of animals to roam the deck freely, including a crocodile and a venomous snake, which apparently took a liking for vodka. Panic followed shortly when the snake wrapped itself around guns and bit a commanding officer. One sailor gifted the admiral a parrot, which soon took after his rather extensive vocabulary of Russian curses. The flagship soon became overrun with chameleons who would frequently go missing due to their ability to seamlessly camouflage. Hey Igor, have you seen Comrade Camo? I can't find the little guy anywhere. No, I don't think so. Have you seen him private? Yeah, I don't think he's seen him either. But a good zoo isn't complete without an underwater exhibit. And luckily for them, the cooling plant on their refrigeration ship broke down, forcing them to dump all their meat into the ocean and giving them a nice following of sharks. At one point, the fleet was holding one of many funerals for a sailor who died of illness.
It's just the mysterious
ceremony,
Russian
the
worthlessness
Kamchatka
as a
fired gun
person.
salute. Excellent work, gentlemen. Hey, say,
At
you
what
always did make
cost?
sure
What
the
do you mean,
works,
at what
right?
cost?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Igor, you're looking
Do you
good
think
up there,
people are
man.
unaware
After
there's
some more shenanigans, like foiling a mutiny and receiving a
people
shipment of
killed
food, boots,
during
and coats instead of
wartime?
ammo, Admiral Rozhetsvensky realized that they were approaching Japan. Oh,
Such
shit,
a
that's
weird
right,
ass,
So we
goddamn.
decided to run some gunnery practice on a stationary target.
Question to
Miraculously,
ask.
our group of misfits managed to score a single hit on the ship towing the target. But hey, potato potato. At long last, the
At what
Baltic fleet
cost?
closes in on Japan, approaching the Tsushima Strait during the night. The fleet extinguishes their lights to maintain stealth, all except for the Orel, which, as a hospital ship, kept them burning in accordance with the rules of war. The Orel comes
Ooh.
upon a Japanese ship in the dark. And finally, after an extensive list of false alarms attacking fishermen and merchants alike across half of the high seas, they come across an actual Japanese vessel and determine it to be Russian. So they use their lights to communicate with it. The Battle of Tsushima ensues. While our gallant sailors hold their own against the Japanese, the Baltic fleet was decimated. 4,000 Russians die, with an additional 7,300 taken prisoner, compared to roughly 100 Japanese deaths. This
They
effectively
just
ended the war,
start
marking
shooting
the
for a
first time in
second.
history that an Eastern power defeated a European one. Way to go,
I
buddy.
love this
Let's add
dude.
that one to the scoreboard. Oh dear. So, in conclusion,
I love
the
this
Russian
dude so
Baltic
much.
Fleet's odyssey around the world is a tale full of
Best
shenanigans
video I've
and
seen on the
blunders,
topic.
with our troublemaking peasant crew racking up quite the body count of innocent civilians
By
and
the way,
families before
by the
seeing
way,
an actual
you
enemy.
asked about
And
Kraut's
yes,
video. We
while they may
haven't
have
watched it
attacked
yet.
ships from practically
I do
every
have it
power-
saved. My camera's glitchy. Okay, I do have it saved. I've saved the video, but unfortunately, hey yo, thank you for the subby. Unfortunately, I kept on clicking on other shit, so I haven't watched it yet. So yeah, Dobson's favorite funny video. Oh, is it going to be something not safe for stream? Okay, it's safe for stream. I thought it's gonna be one of those exploding heads. What the fuck is this? I thought there's going to be something. Is this dumbass? Is he alright? You sometimes, like, I see bear videos and I'm like, I wanna go and pet them. They're fucking cute. They're fucking cute. Have you seen their ears? Look at his ears. These tiny little ears. You can't see them, but they're like... See? And then you see them IRL in zoos or something and you just shit yourself because they're huge. They're huge. But when you see them in videos, they look cute and they look smart and they look very, very adorable. And they look very pettable. And I would like to pet them. Lobster wall? I haven't seen the lobster wall.
Come here and pop a squat, kiddo. Daddy's got a story to tell.
Was this something?
Is it long? Sit down. For today's tale, we'll need to dial the clock back to the time when optimism died. The 20th century. It's a story of small disagreements festering beyond reason. A chronicle of quarrels lasting through all seasons. A fable of ideologic conflict growing tenser than treason. All of which
Biden?
culminated into what was called a
I think
war,
his chances
despite
are good.
no shots being fired. Dad, I already know about the Cold War.
Mostly because, like,
better
Trump-
dead than red, I know the drill. What? That pathetic decades
Trump
long
seems
temper
to be
tantrum over
going the
whose
way of
bodies
being
them
unable
was
to run
good
for
and whose
elections.
the unholy abomination spawned from the bowels of the ninth circle of hell. No. If I want to watch children cry about how numbered paper was handled while throwing around tubes, they go play
V-Bucks.
Monopoly. I like my near-military conflicts like I like my woman. Full of crabs. I'm
But
sorry,
yeah,
we're gonna
I'm
start the
cheering
lobster war.
for Biden. What did UK do?
It's the mid-1900s, and
What
Europeans
did
haven't
UK
quite
do? What
grown
is
out of
UK
their main
doing?
character phase. They need to make sure no one forgets. Oh, it's funny because the two movies are so different. Right. I'm here too. Okay. Hey, drop the oil. But as the 1960s rolled around, tragedy struck. America had a Jello mold phase. But other than that, nearly all of France's African colonies claimed they wanted independence. And as France loved being seen as the in vogue colonial power, they granted it to them to look hip, and definitely not because they couldn't afford another
Like it's a
colonial
real
war.
TV
This
show?
was all
Okay, yeah,
fine
that's
and
true.
dandy, unless you were a French fisherman who just lost their free reign to catch lobster off the Mauritanian coast. Slow your roll, Ratatouille. You need a permit for that now. Ah yes,
Yeah,
there's
Ratatouille.
plenty of lobster. Don't be so shellfish. Leave the area and cut the puns or I'll detain you faster than a panzer tank. Don't get all crabby. I'll be out of your hair in a pinch.
Actual French person.
Stop! I'm claustrophobic. Ow. But luckily, a few of these fishermen heard some juicy gossip about this hot new spot just brimming with lobster on the other side of the Atlantic.
Ooh.
And for the cherry on top, they were practically free for the
Invasion
taking,
of the
being surrounded
French.
by nothing but the open water, salty air, Brazil. The fishermen figured that last part could be a problem. You know, sovereign waters or something. So they sent out a delegation to negotiate a license. But waltzing up to a country and saying, holy cannoli, that's a lot of lobster ravioli. How about instead of you guys fishing them to fuel your $20 million canning industry, I do the fishing and money getting part, would most likely be met with, haha, eat shit. Therefore, an elaborate ruse was needed to mask their fishing intentions. So they put together a pitch that was so intricate, so convincing, that the Brazilians would have no choice but to allow them coastal access to their lobster, all while being completely oblivious of their objective to harvest them. Thank you for meeting with us. We come to you with a pressing issue. You see, there have been seismic reports, sounds, if you will, of a disturbance in the deep, originating from your coast of Brazil. Jean, if you could just describe this disturbance for us. Of course. And you see, it was those clicks, thank you, Jean, it was those clicks that led us to lobster. Now for our next step. Okay, sorry, I think I know what this is. You boys are just here to conduct some routine research on lobster nurseries and just need one of those permits for a few boats, right? You know, that is exactly what we wanted to do. Pierre, we got the research license! The French fishermen acquired a license allowing 3 boats to conduct research on lobster nurseries, which should normally be a relatively non-invasive process. But they looked at this permit and thought, haha, that's a funny way to spell 4. And everyone knows research is only as good as your sample size, and the French like to be as accurate as possible. Sure, this is all technically in violation of their license, but I've been driving with a suspended one for 3 years now and haven't had any problems. Nevertheless, Western European nations have this refined analytical process to find out just how much they can bend the rules when it comes to a foreign country. So they ran the numbers on Brazil. Brazil. We're good. While the fishermen thought they'd pulled off a successful bamboozle, Brazilian authorities already thought something smelled fishy about these fishermen. And luckily for them, they also had a similar analytical process. France. Maybe we should check it out. Representatives were sent from the Brazilian Navy to act as inspectors and make sure the French fishermen were honoring the foundation of these nations' crustacean relations. They should be around here. Oh, that's them. Oh, welcome to the Red Lobster. We had an infest. Table for 2, yes? I've got the perfect romantic spot for you two Romeos. What? No, we aren't. Doesn't matter. We're here representing the Brazilian Navy. Oh, shit, Brazil? Yes. Welcome to the Red Lobster, a research center. Yes. Let me just get our head aside. Pierre has been making some incredible progress. Oh, yeah? What have you found out in your research? They hurt. Oh, what? You get pinched, Lil? No. You'll never amount to anything. Upon investigation, they found that, along with violating the boat limit, the ships were not conducting research, but in fact, carrying out large-scale predatory lobster fishing with a trawl. Trawling is this neat practice where you put a net in the water and catch the everything. Environmental impact? What environment? So Brazil was like, stop, and revoked the fisherman's license, sending them lobster tail between the anchors back on over to the land of macaroons in April of 1961. And with that, things returned to normal. Excuse me, there have been seismic reports, sounds, if you will. The fishermen returned in November to request another research license, but this time further out at sea on the continental shelf, outside of Brazil's territorial waters, which stretched 760,320 gumballs from the shore. or for simpletons 12 miles. This request was granted, and for the rest of the year, Brazil kept a close eye on them while the fishermen played the nautical version of "I'm not touching you." But just like an early 2000s cartoon fish, the French just couldn't keep their grubby little paws off those luscious lobsters. And on January 2nd, 1962, the French boat Cassiope was found catching lobster about 10 miles off the shore.
2 miles too close.
10 miles! Got you! Haha! You're within our waters now, cheese boy! You sure? Hold this! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A Brazilian corvette seized the French vessel for catching lobster without authorization, probably hitting a sick drift as it pulled up, but then again, everything I know about Brazil comes from Fast 5. Anyway, by now shit's getting pretty serious and Mom and Dad need to get involved. So whilst the fishermen and Navy battled the lobster sea, the French and Brazilian governments battled the diplomacy. The War of the Pen commenced, and at the heart of this battle in the fierce political trenches was one vital question. Like, what is a lobster? Sounds like a silly question, right? What is a lobster? Why, it's the underwater excavator, the crustacean of the basin, the pogo stick with a prick. But even my definition of a lobster as nature's gripper snippers wouldn't have been sufficient for the contending nations. They wanted to know whether or not a lobster was a fish. France made the claim that a lobster was in fact a fish, so therefore they had the right to catch them according to the basis for fishing on the high seas set by the Geneva Convention of 1958. Brazil, for their part, pushed the thesis that lobsters were not a fish, but in fact an economic resource, a part of their continental shelf that they had the sovereign right to exploit, according to a different provision of the same Geneva Convention. They said, citing a treaty they didn't sign. And this wasn't like your average 12-hour Twitter beef. This diplomatic battle lasted all through 1962 and part of 63, which is hilarious considering the other things going on the world stage during that time. Kennedy is having us increase our troop presence in Vietnam. 400 Green Berets were a start, but they aren't going to be enough. Agreed. We must be careful, though. We don't want to replace the French as a colonial force in the area and bleed as the French did. That's a good point. Got any advice, France? So now with the pangolin being a geode, yes, according to our established law of modus operandi derived from the fly-eater sarlacc pit model, yes, then when taking the Laplace transform of this in a matrix with the crustacean equation, we find that lobster are in fact fish. No! This completely violates the Capricorn theorem! Let's back this up. While that reality sadly only exists in my headcanon, France and Brazil did do their best to support their claims and own each other with facts and logic. Brazil's evidence was that lobsters were like oysters, and that they both cling to the ocean floor, making them a part of the continental shelf. But France argued that when a lobster hops around the ocean floor, it's essentially swimming, making it a fish, which prompted Brazil's Navy expert in oceanography, him, to spit some iconic bars. If a lobster is a fish because it moves by jumping, then a kangaroo is a bird. Yeah, that's actually a pretty solid point. Yeah, and if a kangaroo is a bird, then a flying fish is a spaceship because it jumps through the air. A little weaker, but okay. And if a flying fish is a spaceship, then a seagull is an oil rig because it dives underwater. Okay, let's settle down. No, if a seagull is an oil rig, then my wife is a fucking whore because she jumps from man to man. Okay, so I made up the end there, but don't worry. The first part is a real quote that you can safely add to your Instagram bio. While Mom and Dad fight in their room, let's check on how things are going on the water, and wow, France just doesn't care. Like the IRS at my front door, the fishermen just kept coming back, completely unfazed by the international turmoil and monolithic tubes of death pointed at their face. So the Brazilian Navy just continued seizing the ships, while making them sign a paper swearing they wouldn't return. But the French were like, haha, I can't read this, and would often just come back anyway.
Seems to work for me. My internet seems to be going slow, not even just Twitter.
To order them to sail into deeper waters. At first, the fisherman captain ignored them, but while he may not have spoken Portuguese, there are only a few ways you can interpret a blaring alarm stating Postos de Combate. Postpone the confetti? But you promised! Sources differ on the exact timing, but it was around now when the French fishermen were getting pretty fed up with being told what to do, so they started to complain. And by complain, I mean they personally petitioned warships for protection from French President Charles de Gaulle himself. De Gaulle said lobster, and granted the request, sending gunboats along with 5 more fishing vessels to the Brazilian coast. The French sailed over with a lot more confidence this time. I mean, they've got defenses now. When has that ever failed France? France. But unfortunately for them, Brazil was about as likely to let them swipe their salty sea spiders as Hollywood is to pay their writers. So the Brazilian Navy boarded these fishing boats without a second thought. Whoa shit, I didn't think they'd seize them with us right here. Well, should we do something? No, you crazy?
Yeah,
Have you
definitely.
seen
It's a
Fast
great
Five?
channel.
Much like a pilot to a millionaire's island, the French Navy sat there and did nothing. But the same couldn't be said on the diplomatic front, as it was then that the French ambassador to Brazil visited President João Goulart about the issue. Goulart stated he didn't want any trouble with France and made the surprise presidential order to release 3 captured fishing boats and allow them to fish. Honey, they reopened that Red Lobster. Terry, we are a loyal Long John Silver's family. As expected, the Brazilian people were none too pleased about this, and the resulting backlash pushed the government to rescind this permission shortly thereafter. Things then escalated even further when in late February 1963, Brazil delivered an ultimatum. All Frenchies have 48 hours to skedaddle-skedoodle to the land of poodles, else they'd get the noodle. I may or may not have written that line while intoxicated, but I wouldn't dare delete a line full of such eccentric flavor. However, over in France, this lobster war was really starting to get on de Gaulle's
Yugoslavia.
nerves. First they can't fish, then they can. Just kidding, they can't. Oops, now they've got 2 days to leave town. God, I don't understand this emotion I'm feeling. What you are experiencing is known as mixed signals, sir. No, I'm sure I tuned this radio to AM. No, I mean, like, you know when a girl is kind of hinting she likes you, but you can't quite tell if she's into you because her actions give conflicting signs? Those are mixed signals. Paul, I'm rich and the president of France. I don't get mixed signals, I get bitches, so don't speak to me about your poor people problems. Now, on one hand, Brazil is an important strategic partner of the French.
Both of it,
The
Brazil,
latter has
what?
invested over 1,000 million francs into the former, and
Really?
they rely on the iron smelting, textiles, and chemical products of Brazil. Also, Brazil is capitalist and can help fight nearby growth of communism. So, some would say, it would be in the best interest of France to be like, wow, you know, maybe we shouldn't go to war over the ocean bugs that piss out their face. But on the other hand, this wasn't the people's France, this was
They
de
piss
Gaulle's
out
France.
their face?
And seeing as how this was the man who tried escaping World War I
Just like
prison
French.
camps 5 times, once while posing as a nurse, it should be no surprise to hear that de Gaulle was a very stubborn man. And this stubborn man considered Brazil's actions to be a slight on the majesty of France, so he did not back down, but instead dispatched the French destroyer Tartu to the Brazilian coast. Tempers are flaring, ministers are swearing. With this newest escalation, Brazil is preparing. The newspapers have been rousing the public, and the atmosphere in Brazil is one of imminent war. The Tartu by itself wasn't a huge concern. What made things scarier was where it came from. A whole task force of French ships merely 3 days away, containing not only a state-of-the-art aircraft carrier, but also a tanker named Le Baise, which means the fuck in French, which is also a river in France, which also flows through the town of Condom. Mobilize the Navy. Understood, sir. Wait. And the Air Force. But there's one small problem with this mobilization. It's the eve of Brazil's favorite holiday, the Carnival. A time for wild celebration, dancing to music, stealing comically large vaults with Dodge Chargers. Oh wait, that's Fast 5 again. And this year, people were really memeing this whole situation. Even some masked revelers went around with lobster costumes. So much of Brazil's personnel were on short leave. But with some effort, they mobilized enough men, granted them war pay, and launched ships to search for the Tartu under Operation Lobster. Along with these ships, Brazil continued to mobilize to meet the French at sea, because sure, their arsenal was full of vintage World War II vessels, and sure, they only had enough ammunition for 30 minutes of combat, and sure, they lacked adequate fuel supplies, and sure, some ships were decommissioned with mechanical problems, and sure, the French had a state-of-the-art Navy and Air Force to counter them, but at least they had their spirit and family. Brazil's planes that had been searching for the Tartu finally spot it, causing it to start shooting exercises, probably to deter the aircraft. The plane responded by flying even lower to show they aren't messing around. Oh wow, that's cute. Neat little guns you got there. Uh-oh, what's this? These looks like rockets. Wow, these sure are big, huh? Brazil ships made their way towards the Tartu's location late at night. Dawn approached, and the sea was veiled with a fog. In the distance, their radar detects something in the water. Making their way closer, tensions running high, they finally made out the Tartu in the mist and... oh, it's gone. Running low on fuel, the Tartu retreated and was replaced with a much weaker ship. Oh hey, what about us? You'll be fine, another ship is coming. Hey guys, what's up? Oh, with the playing field set and more Brazilians on the way, it was now just a matter of who would shoot first. Hey, maybe we should go back and fish where we belong. Africa. The French ships decided to head back across the Atlantic. After this,
Bro.
an agreement was signed where Brazil would allow limited French ships to fish for 5 years while sharing profits with Brazil, who would also get to expand the nautical miles of its territory. You know, just a few.
Nice.
100. While in the end, France decided war wasn't worth it. To be honest, I'm surprised it got even remotely this far. Running some numbers, if one anti-aircraft gun on one French vessel fired for just 11 minutes, say in case it wanted to teach some smart-ass aircraft a lesson, you'd already rack up an ammunition bill more expensive than the $3 million a year the French fishermen were raking in. But to be honest, with the cost and street cred for a European nation losing a diplomatic war with Brazil over lobster, perhaps World War III would have just been worth it. The Lobster War. 8
True.
out of 10 stars.
Nice. Fair. That was fair. That was a good video. Nice. I'm not supposed to this man. I don't know why, but good video. Good video. By the way, we have to finish this video, and then we have to go through our other videos. It's 8:26 already. Did you know that? I didn't. I thought it was an hour less.
By a large margin, though in general it needs to be said that Northern and Western European countries benefit from greater solidarity than other countries. But according to a separate poll, the help being provided depends very much on the type of crisis, with most countries willing to help out in the...
Wait. Imagine on the country is suffering. Do you think countries should or should not provide any major help? Figures shown are net positive numbers mean a country is generally willing to help. Negative numbers mean they are generally unwilling to help. Okay. So, Denmark, Finland, Lithuania. Okay, it's Croatia here. It is not. Okay, wait, why did they put them in groups? Why did they put them in groups? Why is it like Hungary, Poland, Romania, and it's like 3 of them, and I don't know which one is which. How do I know which one is which? Do I just always assume that Hungary is the worst one? Color-coded according to region. So it's like you see pink and red regions are most willing to help, which is Greece, Italy, Spain, and Hungary, Poland, Romania. Okay. So Southerners and Easterners are willing to help. The least likely to help are Northerners, in deep minus when it comes to debt crisis, which is kind of weird because they are rich as shit. And also Westerners, which once again proves the superiority of Eastern Europe. So good little thing. I'm okay with the fact that they grouped us in. We're doing well.
A disaster or an epidemic, but not a debt crisis. The COVID-19 pandemic recovery fund, for which both Spain and Italy were the largest beneficiaries, would have been difficult to sell to a public not already convinced on helping out other countries in the first place. But dealing with these crises also has a direct
Glory
impact
to
on
Eastern
the
Europe. Heck
identity
yeah!
itself.
The best part of
Following
Europe.
the 2008 financial crisis and 2015 euro crisis, trust in the EU by Greeks who were subjected to severe austerity collapsed to the lowest level of the entire European Union. On
That
the
makes
other hand,
sense.
Brexit and the response to COVID-19 only strengthened the trust in the European Union and increased European sentiment. But it also has implications on the policy directions of the European Union. If Europeans see their identity and way of life as something worth protecting, then the EU will follow suit.
Wait, what should the European Union be? A protective Europe, a global Europe, or a market Europe? Tell us in which Europe you would prefer to live. Protective Europe that defends the European way of life and welfare against internal and external threats. Global Europe that acts as a leader on climate, human rights, and global peace. Market Europe that stresses economic integration, market competition, and fiscal discipline. I don't feel like any of these are mutually exclusive. Like you can just, yeah, why not? Yeah, like what's defending, like this one especially, defending European way of life and welfare. What do you mean by that? What's that? What, like, would that not be very, very similar to being a leader on human rights and global peace? Would we not be very, very similar on this too? And then also, I guess you would also be depending on proper markets for that one. Like, you need all. They're not exclusive. They're not. It's not like you have to pick.
Europe that protects and the Geopolitical Commission, two of the EU's latest endeavors, are all reflections of how Europeans
Bit
define their
populist.
identity and
Bit
ways of
MAGA
life.
is a bit
And it's
populist.
something
True.
that comes
True.
up
True.
again
True.
in opinion polls. That identity means that strengthening the border to limit migration takes precedent over other priorities like economic reform, where there is less solidarity and less pressure by European countries. Despite the increased visibility in many policy domains, there have been some limitations to the EU's efforts. While the success story of Erasmus is great for university students and the EU is seeking to expand it to students following vocational education, it's simply hard to have Europe and the European Union reach everyone. In fact, there are roughly 180 million people in the European Union that have never left
Hey, you
their own
maniac.
country. And so to reach more people, then what better way than having a holiday called Europe Day celebrated across the continent? That would be the crown jewel of the European Union's efforts to create a truly European identity, one that's shared by
Virus that
everyone
spreads
regardless
Sputnik
of
disease.
social or economic status. If you'd like to find out more about Europe Day and the
Isolationism is
activities linked to
utterly
your
impossible
country,
when you
go
have
check
no
out the
energy
website
sources
in the
of
link
your
down
own.
below to find out more.
Yeah,
Once
that
again, this
too.
video was powered by the European
But
Cultural
usually,
Fund.
like
If you like
isolationism,
this video, make sure to like.
it seems like one of those theories, ideas that exist outside of reality. Like there's no benefit to it. There's no fucking benefit to it. You will be losing much more than you will be gaining. What's the point? What's the fucking point? It's a stupid thing. It's like when you see MAGA people being like, oh yeah, USA shouldn't have been giving so much cash money to help Ukraine right now. You know, we should be more focused on our own affairs. We shouldn't be focused on trying to help our allies in Europe, right? What's the benefit you're getting from that bitch? You're gonna see other countries standing away from you. You're gonna see losing your influence. That's a bad fucking thing for USA. If USA wants to stay as strong as it is, it needs strong allies, it needs strong trade. You don't have that if you don't have proper relationships with other countries. Isolationism is a stupid fucking thing. There's no way, regardless, like even if you have really, really strong resources of your own, I don't feel like isolating yourself would be in any sort of a way helpful towards anything, really. But also, I have to run for a second. I'm gonna play you the European Parliament video, and I'm gonna be back really, really quickly. People are small-minded, it's true.
Because this is going to be the last one before the European elections in 2024. And special occasion, of course, requires special
yeah.
guest, and we are very happy to have here our President of the Parliament, Madam Roberta Metsola. So thank you.
Happy to be here.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Absolutely.
And really thank you that you agreed to answer these questions that we are receiving on our social media channels from the people. So first of all, State of the Union debate. Why is it going to be so important this year, and what can we expect?
Well, first of all, in our annual calendar, this is one of those events, addresses before the plenary in Strasbourg, where the Commission President, together with the Commission, presents her vision for the next year. As you said, this year, as the last one of this legislature, coming at the heel of a very difficult few years, first with a very devastating pandemic, and now with the illegal, brutal invasion by Russia of Ukraine. It is one where we look forward to a difficult, challenging period ahead in terms of legislative challenges, but one where I expect, and this Parliament expects, to look forward with a plan to reform and reboot Europe. That is what our citizens want. Difficult decisions require sometimes difficult to get solutions, but ones with vision and courage.
And what do you think that really our citizens would like to hear from you right now? And what is still, you think, is realistically for the Parliament such to achieve before the elections next year?
Well, in every election such as this, one that takes place every 5 years, unique in the world, 27 countries voting at the same time for the same parliament. Messages are always similar. This time will be, I think, even, let's say, tougher on the representatives. First of all, decisions need to be human-centric. We need to make sure that we retain our climate ambitions at the top level. We need to create a safety net for our businesses, our small businesses, our industries. We need to make sure that what we say here at the moment we are sitting together in Brussels resonates in each and every village and town of the European Union. That is what Europe is all about. It is not only about making laws, but it's about taking decisions that will make people's lives better. How do we make people's lives better? By addressing their concerns, by listening to them.
Hey, you're
Their
back.
concerns are about migration, about the state of their personal or even nation economies, about rising inflation, about...
Shut up. She's doing lots of very, very broad points. She was annoying me, kinda. It's like I wanna see her do an actual debate. I don't want to see her present stuff. But I remembered that there was a link I wanted to click on news in UK, and then I forgot. This hunt for terror suspect ex-soldier after Wandsworth prison escape. Oh, he escaped from some prison. When? Today? Wednesday morning? Today? 21 years old. Being accused of leaving fake bombs at a military base. What's he gonna do? Leave fake bombs all around UK? Oh no, there's a fugitive on the run. He's driving a fake car around. Man, kind of impressive he managed to escape though. He had been in the kitchen when he began his escape. 6 foot 2 inches. How much is that? It's like 180 centimeters or something. He was last seen wearing a prison-issue chef's uniform with a white t-shirt, red and white checkered trousers, and brown steel toe cap boots. He poses a low risk to the public. He makes a fake bomb and chunks it at you. But people are being urged not to approach him and to call 999 instead. Bro, when I read Terror, what was it? Terror, but the suspect terrorist, I was like, did this man like kill a bunch of people, whatever the fuck? No, he placed fake bombs around. I mean, I understand how it's like, it's still relatively dangerous. I understand, okay. I understand it may be used in order to send a specific message or to test out security at the area or whatever. I don't know what they suspected him of doing specifically. It's just kind of funny. I had much higher expectations out of a British criminal. Man, just setting up fake bombs around. Oh no. Yeah, 999. Oh no, Joanna. Oh shit, I saw this. Yeah, one of the I can't fucking remember how to pronounce it, so I'm just gonna skip over it. But one of them broke. There's me somewhere. I don't know where I am. I commented. I donated yesterday to one of them, and I'm also pretty sure that when I sent the donation, it like immediately transferred it to was it Polish currency? I think it was. But I did help. Okay, I did help. So ish. And she also follows me because I did it. Okay, so I'm trying to do something. Okay, but a heartbreaking fucking story, genuinely. So donate a lot. Help Ukrainians survive this. Oh, the donation is matching from a generous donor from Switzerland. Blood money. For every 2,000 you give, the donor adds 1,000. Nice. But yeah, make sure to be doing, no wait, we have a link in chat, so make sure to click on the link in chat and, you know, I know it currently is very hard time for money, so I know most of us don't have any cash. I'm like waiting, I'm counting days till my paycheck. Trying really hard not to spend the emergency fund. But, you know, if you're in a good situation, it's a great cause to be helping Ukrainians with medical supplies. It's a great thing and it saves plenty lives. The Russian sniper's bullet pierced the windshield and hit the defender in the abdomen. Oh shit! Thanks to his bulletproof vest, the defender survived and continued to drive the car, increasing the speed. Dude.
Driving, trying to get out of the danger zone. He was shot in the stomach, where the bulletproof vest stopped the bullet and gave the Ukrainian soldier another chance in life. The soldiers weren't completely unaware of the danger since they're seen from the beginning of the video moving at a high speed, but they had no other chance than to keep going while facing the danger. Russian sniper accurately hit Ukrainian soldier while driving.
Dude. Amazing thing he survived, but dude. Man, holy crap. By the way, talking about Russians, I saved this video and it's 20 minutes and we have to watch it, okay? Because the other ones I have saved are quite shorter and I think we're gonna watch them at the end. But this one is a bit longer and I wanna watch it in full.
Nomadic empires were some of the most fascinating entities in human history. Originating from the steppes of Central Asia, most lived in isolation, unbothered by neighboring empires who saw their lands as worthless. This isolation allowed many nomadic tribes to specialize increasingly in nomadic life and warfare, competing with other tribes in a continuous struggle that, in a survival of the fittest way, resulted in ever-proficient warrior tribes. And once every few centuries they ventured forth from their steppes to overrun and conquer settled societies that were ill-prepared to face them. However, as efficient and near unbeatable as these nomadic peoples were in their conquests, a curious thing about them was that once they settled in the lands they had conquered, the nomads turned into what they had conquered. The Magyar tribes conquered Pannonia and turned into the Hungarian kingdom. The Slavic tribes conquered Eastern Europe and turned into the Slavic kingdoms. The Seljuk Turks conquered Iran and became the new Iranian Empire. The Ottoman Turks conquered Anatolia and became the new Romans. The Chagatai Turks conquered India and became the Indians. The Mongols conquered Iran and became the new Iranian Empire. And when the Mongols conquered China, they became the new Chinese Empire. There is, however, one big exception in this series of historic conquests by nomadic peoples and their consequent social restructuring.
Is that one good?
Russia. Medieval Russia.
I haven't seen it. I got it recommended and I was like, do I care about the French? Not really. But like, it may be really interesting in light of that protest, right? I'm like, debating.
Was not
actually, now that we do like more European Union content too, maybe we could watch it. Maybe we should, just to kind of like get a picture. I saw one of his videos too. I was looking for this one before the stream. And I saw one which was the origin of, I think, American gun culture. I'm kind of interested in that one. I think I know approximately what he's going to go through. I just want to hear it, because I feel it would be an interesting video to watch for, you know, future conversations about gun culture in USA, which I feel like I know the outlines of it, but not enough in a way.
Much different from many other medieval European states at the time. A collection of small duchies, cities and dukedoms with no centralized overarching authority. The most prominent among these were the Kievan Rus and the Novgorod Republic. The Kievan Rus was a princely state with deep cultural and commercial ties into Europe, mainly through the Byzantines. The Novgorod Republic was a city-state and an important part of the Hanseatic League of cities that stretched across the Baltic and North Sea. Then came the Mongols.
Ooh.
There's a tendency amongst modern historians to paint the Mongol Empire in a positive light as an institution of trade and tolerance, which, though, is very oversimplified and overlooks the fact that the Mongol Empire was an extractive institution. The Mongols were a tribal people who had no state or legal structures that they transferred over to the people they conquered. Their relation with those they conquered was purely predatory. They wanted to extract wealth and resources from them, and those who refused paid dearly. The Kievan Rus was one of these places that resisted. Kiev was burnt to the ground and the surrounding lands pillaged, with much of the population slaughtered. Medieval accounts tell us of fields filled with human remains for decades after the siege. With the burning of Kiev, a substantial political and cultural transformation of what we now know as Russia began. The Kievan Rus, with its deep cultural and economic ties to the Byzantians, had been the cultural motherland and birthplace of Russia. The place where Russia as a European cultural entity had been created. All that was left of it now was ash. The cultural and economic ties with the Byzantians were now broken. This resulted in a geopolitical shift of Russia, culturally and politically, in power to the northeast. The Mongols enforced their economic order upon the remaining Russian principality states, and the center of Russian political and economic power consequently shifted to the landlocked plains of Smolensk, Rostov and Chernihiv. These places and the princes who ruled them had been largely ignored backwaters before the Mongols. Now they stood at the center of Russia. Throughout the rest of Europe, the institution of feudalism had during this time started to be increasingly challenged. New political and commercial institutions evolved in European trade cities, from Antwerp to Hamburg to Königsberg, Warsaw, Paris, Lisbon, London and Venice. Merchants, barons and artisan guilds rewrote the feudal social contract. Additionally, the Black Plague shook up the economic framework of Europe dramatically. With a third of Europe's population killed, there were no longer enough peasants to work the lands for lords. Landlords consequently started competing for the remaining peasants by offering them payment for work. Previously, peasants had worked in exchange for a promise of protection that now became increasingly replaced by a wage-based labor system. But Russia remained untouched by these political and economic developments. It remained under Mongol rule for 250 years and went into an entirely different direction. The princes of Central Russia were recruited by the Mongols as tax collectors. The Mongols outsourced the process of extracting the resource they wanted out of the Russian peasantry to the Russian princes. Because that aristocracy had a lot to lose if they failed to appease their Mongol overlords, and because the Mongols had brought no legal code of limited aristocratic power, the Russian princes extracted that wealth with increasing unopposed ruthlessness and brutality. While in Europe, feudalism increasingly disbanded, an increasingly exploitative economic framework was reinforced in Russia. Urbanization didn't take place, as it did in Europe, with the Russian princes invested in keeping as many peasants working the lands as possible. The Russian princes recruited armies of cavalrymen who were paid not in money, but in land, and the peasants on it. However, because there was so much land, control of the land was not as important as control of the people. While in Europe, peasants gained access to wages and left for cities to escape feudal lords, in Russia the peasants became deeper tied into their land through strict rules tying them to it, debt patronage, and brutal punishment.
By the way, I don't know if he's gonna mention this. Sorry, I had to pause it. I watched this one great analysis of USSR policies a few days ago. I need to find it. Crap, I don't remember what it was called. But basically, they had fucking passports internally. USSR had fucking internal passports, and most of the villages never got them. It's like you needed to have a passport to be allowed to go from one village to another village. And mostly, even when you were allowed to go from one village to another village, you couldn't go to a city. And God knows you couldn't go outside of USSR. Your area of movement was very, very, very limited. And also in the same way, they were very often not being paid in money. They were being paid in being allowed to work the land. And then you would get the amount of resources that stays after you have paid whatever debt you have paid to, whoever is ruling over you. But very similar situation.
For attempting to flee. The Black Plague had the opposite socio-economic outcome in Russia compared to Europe. While in Europe, lords started competing for peasants by paying them wages, the Russian princes used the plague to tie lands into enormous duchies and fiefdoms under a smaller number of lords, creating...
Wait, but like Siberia? Was Siberia able to, what's the word? I have seen pictures of those? I haven't. Fuck, I need to go on Instagram. I never thought I would need to go on Instagram. No, I've never seen those. I've just read about them, but it seems just fucking thing. You're not allowed to go wherever you want in your own country. Yeah, a form of slavery. Absolutely a fucking form of slavery. Holy crap. Mongols controlled... Wait, Mongols at the same time they were controlling Ukraine. What was Ukraine doing at the time? How was Ukraine affected? That would be an interesting way to... Like, what was it doing? Was it trying to get out of Russian rule as always? When it comes to Siberia, I guess it would make sense that Siberia just simply didn't have enough power of its own, so it was under one of Russians, right? All that distinguished Russia from some Turkic country was the faith that came to them in the 13th century. Oh, I would need to look into specifics. Wasn't part of the Muscovian Empire?
An enormous peasantry working the lands of an extremely small aristocracy. When nomads conquered a settled people, they usually turned into who they conquered. But here, in a weird twist, the conquered Russians almost became Mongols. They were unshackled from any and all political accountability to their peasantry and could rule like the conquerors whom they served. But because the Russian princes merely served the Mongols and were not Mongols themselves, they didn't adopt the tribal customs and nomadic lifestyle of them. The power structure of the Russian princely states thereby became heavily centralized within the power of a singular ruler figure of a state. The Russian princes even adopted the warfare tactics of their conquerors. Rather than build stone castles as the rest of Europe did, they built wooden fortresses and recruited large cavalry armies. When they were invaded, they burnt the wooden castles down, ransacked and burnt the fields of their own land, and then harassed invaders from horseback, while those invaders were forced to march through and suffer the vastness of Russia.
Oh, damn.
The Russians also missed out on a key development in European political development at the time, where a move away from decentralized feudalism into centralized absolutist kingdoms took place, creating the first large and powerful centralized European states. Over the 250 years of Mongol rule, with the shift from Kiev and Novgorod to central Russia, and an economic development away from commerce and artisans to a peasant economy, the most powerful Russian princely state to emerge was the Duchy of Moscow, which would eventually be the one to rise up in rebellion and kick the Mongols out to create a new Russian state centered around Moscow. But with the Mongols gone, the newly independent Russia kept the socio-economic and political structures that had developed under Mongol rule and strengthened them. Absolutism is a system of governance in which all political power lies within one singular ruler. Beginning in the 1500s, many a European monarchy embarked on efforts to construct absolutist states, most famously France. It is during this time that the foundations of the modern nation-state were laid, but the absolutism project in general was rather unsuccessful. The French monarchs drove the state into bankruptcy and ended up selling government offices and thereby state power to the highest bidders. The Stuart dynasty attempts to build absolutism in Britain ended with their expulsion. Throughout Europe, urban populations, lower gentry, and merchants had made the establishment of the all-powerful state difficult. But the conditions found in Russia allowed the Russian Tsars to create a near-perfect absolutism. There are three main factors that led to this. First, Russian society after Mongol rule consisted of a monarch, the army the monarch paid with land, an aristocracy of boyars, and a peasantry. A key difference to other parts of Europe was that the army was not incorporated within the aristocratic class. The army had been directly recruited by the Muscovite state and was dependent upon that state for its status and pay. The state, and thereby the monarch, could use the army without constraints by any aristocrats, even against those aristocrats. Second, Russia didn't experience the regionalized feudal social structures that the rest of Europe did. In fact, there is debate among historians if Russia experienced medieval feudalism at all. Medieval feudalism was a social system in which a peasantry submitted to a military lord and his castle in exchange for protection. In Russia, though, the regionalized structure of aristocracy didn't exist. There were no castles offering protection in these vast lands, and military power lay with the state. The new Muscovite state also introduced the mestinestvo, a system of hierarchies amongst lesser nobles that pitted them up against each other in competition for the favor of the monarch. In Europe, the lower aristocracy had an important role in the creation of parliamentary structures by forming a political bloc, competing with the king for concessions, privileges, rights and powers. In Russia, all power remained with the monarch, and the aristocracy was set up to compete with each other for the favor of the monarch. Third, law developed differently in Russia to the rest of Europe. One of the key factors in the development of law in Europe had been the Catholic Church. It established almost state-like structures that competed with monarchs for authority, creating standards for accountability that evolved into written codes of law. Kings of Europe could not just do as they pleased to their subjects or their aristocracy. Violating the standards set by the Catholic Church resulted in harsh condemnation and punishment by the Church. Medieval feudalism was not a mere exploitative social framework, it was a religious social order under which systems of accountability were created by religion that limited the power of the state. The Russian Church was derived from the Byzantines, and the Eastern Orthodox Church was Caesar-Papist, meaning that the head of the church was appointed as it came to develop in Russia was an institution subservient to the state, and continued to be throughout history, be it to kings, emperors, Communist Party bosses, or today's oligarchs. The completion of the Russian absolutist state occurred in the late 1500s under Tsar Ivan IV. He established a military district with absolute powers to himself called the Oprichnina and inflicted a decade-long reign of terror upon the country. Ivan had asked the aristocracy permission for this undertaking and they had approved, which goes to show how little the Russian aristocracy could do or even wanted to do to limit the power of the monarch. Even though Ivan's reign of terror would come at an enormous cost to them. Of the many aristocratic families of Russia, only 9 survived this reign of terror. This state structure of absolute, unrestricted power within the monarch continued after Ivan, including with the establishment of the new Romanov dynasty in 1613. And it is not difficult to see it continuing throughout the history of modern Russia. You can see the slavish capitulation of the Russian aristocracy to Ivan's reign of terror almost reflected in the capitulation of the Soviet Politburo to Stalin's reign of terror. And you can browse through the list of murdered Russian journalists yourself to see that in many ways, Russia remains a country in which state power puts the ruling man above the law and removes them from any accountability to the law or the wider citizenry. A mistake often made, though, is to assume that these developments were unavoidable and somehow part of some inner logic of Russian culture itself. The city of Novgorod continued to prosper and was never conquered by the Mongols. Its institutions developed to have more in common with those of European city-states. It was the gateway for European goods into Russia and Russian goods into Europe, which made it incredibly rich. The Prince of Novgorod may have commanded an army, but he was accountable to the Veche, a parliament of the city that all free men of the city voted for, and which picked a mayor from the city aristocracy. The Veche and the mayor had control over taxation, laws and foreign policy. It even had the power to remove the Prince of Novgorod from power to replace him with another. There was a different Russian political development which evolved to have checks and balances, as well as state accountability and rule of law. But that development ended when Ivan III conquered Novgorod, had its leaders executed, and its merchants and aristocrats deported to the deep plains of central Russia. One can only imagine what modern Russia would look like if the free city of Novgorod had been its founding structure instead of the Tsardom of Moscow. The only other Russian representative body was the Zemsky Zabor, a council of aristocrats that gathered to do little more but approve the line of succession to the throne and approve of the Tsar's wars, until Peter the Great even took those powers away from it. Meanwhile, in the rest of Europe, parliamentary assemblies, which in some cases were as old as the Middle Ages, started gaining more and more power from monarchs, establishing parliamentary political institutions and traditions throughout Europe. In Russia, there was no parliamentary institution until the establishment of the Duma in 1906, which had its powers taken from it by the Tsar again only a few years later.
Bro. Immediately.
By the 1700s, the Russian state was far more centralized than any of its European counterparts, but far more underdeveloped in economy and bureaucracy. There were no regional political structures tied in accountability to a central state. Instead, rule of local provinces was handed out by the Tsar in so-called kormlinie, which means feedings. And the name kind of gives away the predatory nature of the political institution itself. Local rulers had no accountability to law either, and no restraints on how much they could exploit the office for personal gain, as long as they managed to appease the centralized government. When you look closer at the previously mentioned list of murdered Russian journalists, you will notice how most are regional reporters in small towns who were investigating the corruption of a local police department or mayor. What's more is that this practice of regional corruption remained in place despite being reformed by Peter the Great, who instituted a standardized system of regionalized government which recruited the aristocracy as local servants to the state. A reason for this may be found in that the new system rewarded successful local governors with tax exemptions, thereby incentivizing the aristocracy to squeeze the peasantry even harder in service of the state and themselves. A legacy of Peter the Great's reforms was that the tax burden of the state was increasingly placed upon the Russian peasantry, while the aristocracy were increasingly exempt. In modern Russia, you will find an enormous contrast between the wealth of the oligarchs and your average Russian pensioner, whose pension is barely enough to sustain him. In many ways, it has been a common thread throughout Russian history since the 1700s that the burden of securing the state and the ambitions of wealth of its ruler have been dumped upon the Russian peasantry, from the trenches to the gulags to today's pensioners' social security cuts. An additional aspect of Peter the Great's reforms were the introduction of severe punishments for serfs who left their lands, but also for regional rulers and aristocrats who granted more freedoms to serfs and peasants, and thereby incited competition with other regional rulers. This bound the rulers of Russia on a regional level even closer together to cooperate in their exploitative economic structure and tied them deeper to the centralized state. Everyone was now tied together in this, and nobody could take the risk of stepping out of line. Centuries later, those Communist Party members who may have disagreed with the Communist Politburo on something found themselves shot, and today those oligarchs who step out of line with the central government find themselves dispossessed, jailed or murdered. Russian absolutism was founded on an alliance between the central ruler of the state and the rulers of the various subdivisions of the state to enrich themselves at the expense of everyone else. It is why Russia never had a bourgeoisie, a small business Mittelstand, commercial trader class, or any resemblance of equality before the law and public accountability. As the historian John Dillon described it,
"The Russian government, more than any other, was a government of men and not of laws."
And that aspect of Russian absolutism is what makes it so unique. To show why we can compare Russia to another absolutist state, China, which also underwent a century-long political development that resulted in a powerful, centralized state institution with absolute power and a lack of public accountability. But you will find a very big difference between the two.
in Russia, actually.
Chinese absolutism was built on a foundation of meritocracy in competition with patrimonialism. Chinese rulers continuously found themselves in positions of having to abide by some standards of accountability to the state bureaucracy. China has, just as Russia, gone through periods of incredible abuse of power, from the Empress Wu to the Great Leap Forward to the Cultural Revolution. But all these periods resulted in reshuffling and restructuring of the political leadership to not repeat mistakes. Mao Zedong had to step down from the Politburo after his Great Leap Forward caused the Great Chinese Famine, and only regained political power through a populist coup with the Cultural Revolution. And that populism was something the Chinese state consequently cracked down upon after Mao's death. Just as in Russia, the state is absolute in China. If you wish to protest against a decision by the state or change the course of the state, you have to go through the institutions of the state. And just as in Russia, you will find corruption and abuse of power in China, such as local governments that cover up the selling
this
of
is giving me so many things to Google, to be honest.
The difference in the political structure becomes very clear when you compare abuse of power and corruption. In China, the further you go up in ranks of government, the less corrupt state officials become as a result of the meritocratic state structures. In Russia, the further you go up in the ranks of government, the more corrupt state officials become, as there are no systems of accountability. The only measure in restraint is that you can't be corrupt enough as a local Russian politician to start bothering and annoying your superior politician, which is why the government becomes more corrupt the higher the office of the state is. The Russian state is a system of progressively corrupting power.
Man, okay, good video overall. I have learned there is a lot of things I don't know. That is what I got from this so far. I have learned there is a lot of historical events that I am utterly uneducated on, and that I need to look into them. Russia was always doomed. Russia was he literally says the opposite. He literally says the opposite. My dude, my man, my bro, he literally says the opposite.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Doesn't he literally, he says the opposite. He's like, you shouldn't say that this is inherent to Russian culture. Doesn't he say that at BOT? You can't say this is inherent to Russian culture because there's this city which actually managed to be proper. It's like Russia did have a way to not be a shithole. Russia did have a chance. Where was it? Here, I think. Here, yeah, here.
Made, though, is to assume that these developments were unavoidable and somehow part of some inner logic of Russian culture itself. The city of Novgorod continued to prosper and was never conquered.
See that one? Like there's this one city and it was okay, and then it got conquered by Russians anyways. This is what the Mongol Empire looked like at its peak. But not all these countries developed like Russia. And that too, yeah. I could see why you would blame, though, like the specifics, you know, of their location. I could see why you would take the specifics of their location, and then also you would take the fact they were ruled over by Mongols, and I can understand why being under Mongols would play a part. Basically, is what I'm trying to say. I can see why it would be partially used to explain this. I can see the point. I can see the correlation. It's like it's not the fault of the Mongols, of course not, because Mongols conquered other countries and not all of them turned into shitholes. It can't be fully blamed of them because of the experiences of other countries, right? And what other countries managed to do with their existence that was not as fucking ridiculous as what Russia is doing. I can see that. I can see that. Yeah, in most other cases, the situation was different. In most other cases, the situation was different. In the Russian case, it just wasn't. So I do think his point is, how to say it? I think his video is good, and I think his point is good, right? Russia had a unique situation, and it chose a unique path, which is why it is the way it is. Being under empires makes different countries react quite differently. If you look, I don't know, if you look at us in Serbia, for example, you will find that we developed very different ways of relating to our national history, despite the fact that usually we were under like the same empires ruling over us. We were butchered by the same people. We were controlled by the same foreign leaders. But we developed very, very differently. We developed very different ideas of our place in the world. So it's kind of normal that, you know, the same happened with countries under Mongols. Mongolia nowadays is a totally normal country. Yeah, that too. I don't know too much about it, so I assume it's like everything is GG. But yeah, true. Sim 5. I need to start playing those nerd-ass games. I need to start playing whatever Grisha is playing so I can beat his ass in it. Do you think there's tournaments that I could beat him in? There's definitely tournaments I could be beating him in. I need to figure out where they are. What did I want to show you though? What did I want to show you? Talking about Russia, I saved this clip and I haven't seen it previously. I just saw Barbie mentioned and I was like, they stopped invading neighboring countries. Thank you, Mongolia. Thank you. Very nice of you.
Ценности, то, как мы их понимаем и как нам нужно их отстаивать, мы хотим с кино начать. Информационный повод, ну, на профессиональном языке. У нас не получили сейчас, по-моему, это называется прокатное удостоверение, да?
Fun fact, talked to a Serb about this just a few days ago. It'll take you a solid month to get a basic grasp at the game. Shit, really? It's that complex? I'm gonna watch some YouTube tutorials. I need to find some YouTube tutorials on like quick and easy tactics. Does it have ranked gameplay or something? Can I play it in a way to play against other players and to beat their ass? No, right? It's like a single player. What the fuck is it? Is there a game like that which actually offers you to beat up other players in the game? What did I want to talk about is though? I forgot. Dylan plays it? Since when? Is dude a gamer? I assumed he plays nothing. There is multiplayer? Oh, nice. You have to get your virginity back prior to installing it. Wait, do you have to pay for it? Do you have to pay for it? Do you have to buy the game? Is it a free game? Be free. Be cheap. Be cheap. 40. Just missed the sale. Maybe that's a good thing, actually. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's Jesus himself being like, no. $39.99 this one, and then it's $49.99 if you get some fancy ass bullshit. And then you can sub to it. Why would I sub to it? Why the fuck would I sub to it? I kinda wanna play it just to play ranked. Second woman player. Cause the first one. Does she stream? I'm gonna start going to his streams. Civilization? Wait. This one? $29.99. $29.99. Is this one better? Is this one a better version? I wanna play multiplayer. I wanna beat some other players. Can I beat other players in this one? Because I've learned that when it comes to single players, I think Mass Effect is like the only single player that I actually genuinely enjoy gaming. But I like beating people up, like actual people. I like beating them up in games. I love playing, I don't know, teamfight tactics. And then doing a little legend dance whenever I win in a round or something. You know, I like doing it. I think it's really, really fun. I like going into chat and spamming bullshit. So I want something like that. Yeah, I want something like that. There was a Civilization match that lasted 7 years. Okay, I'm not getting this one. I'm not getting this one. Leave me alone. Tekken, I actually like Tekken, yeah. That's very, very fun. I love playing it. I am a button smasher. Professional button smasher, I have to say. I'm really good at that shit. You have no idea. I have a tactic of like testing out. It's like 2 button combinations. I test out which one is the most annoying. I abuse that one. I win. That's the entirety of it. If I play against actual pro players, like I have some friends who are fucking loser-ass nerds. My boyfriend being one of them. Like, he knows the combinations. And because he knows the fancy-ass combinations, he manages to beat my ass, right? But if I play against someone who doesn't know the fancy combinations, I win easily. So I'm like, I'm a nightmare for beginners, basically. It's a fun little thing. Oh, I like doing a thing in Tekken where you play with random characters. That's my favorite thing there. The thing where you go into the character selection and it just like circles through all of them and then it picks a random one. I love that. You never know what you're gonna get, and I never know which buttons I'm gonna try to figure out how to smash together. It's a little challenge. I'm battling myself as much as I'm battling the opponent. Man, I love that game so much. I want to buy it. I actually haven't even bought it. I played it with my boyfriends. I got the legal pirated version on my PC once, but I was only able to play the story. You can't play with other players if you get the legally obtained pirated version. So I should maybe like actually buy the game to be able to go and beat up other players. I really want to go and beat up other players. The part of me, by the way, listen, part of me wants to start playing League of Legends. And on one hand, it's a horrible decision. On the other hand, have you seen their new champion? It's a wolf. It's a wolf with other wolves. I don't know her name. She has a loser-ass name. They all have loser-ass, stupid-ass names. But League of Legends champ. It's some wolf dude. Vicky's first victory is with herself too. My first loss is with myself too. Nafiri, this one. This one.
Once a powerful force of chaos
it's some
and corruption,
wolfie.
Nefiri was imprisoned
I don't want to watch some loser
in a
ass
dagger
dude
and lost to the sands of Shurima.
play. I don't care about the history. I don't care about the history. But basically, it's a wolfie, and I'm gonna show you just like clips because I want to watch my European Union videos. I don't want to watch this. But listen, there's a wolf, and then every once in a while she spawns other wolves, and then you have a pack of wolves, and you go attack other champions with your little pack of little wolves, and you can have like a shitload of them. And her ult is spawning more wolves.
Nefiri levels up, her spawn rate
Right.
and maximum capacity will increase.
See, like she has two
Each
right
pack
now,
helps Nefiri
and they
last
all
hit
attack.
occasionally.
They all attack. She attacks. You choose who she attacks, and then they attack the same target. So I want to start playing League of Legends. Tekken 8 coming out in January. Shit. I gotta get it. I gotta get it when it comes out. There's gonna be lots of beginner players playing. They're gonna get it for Christmas, and I'm gonna start playing it then in some ranked mode shit or whatever the fuck exists in multiplayer, just to destroy their holidays. United States allocates a new 1 billion aid package to Ukraine. Thank you, USA. You are my best friend. You are the peacekeeper. You are diligent. Thank you, USA. You are my best friend. You can lose HIMARS, Abrams tanks, air defense systems, and other weapon systems. You are diligent. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Give us more. Give more. You can afford more. You know you can afford more. I know you can afford more. We all know you can afford more. Give us more. I prefer to retain my sanity. I figured that doesn't work for me now either, so like... Migrants moving along Serbian roads at night. My man listening to some Psyche. Actually sad video though. Actually sad video. Can you imagine trying so hard to go... Look him up, holy shit. Trying so hard to go and reach a better country to live a better life in. And then you have to pass through fucking Serbia together. My dude. My dude. Just cruelty. This world is cruel and unforgiving. Like playing it? It's the only game that makes you forget everything around you. Just be angry at the game and my teammates. Ah, see, that too. That too. Good point. Good point. Good point. I don't actually dare to play proper League because people are very bully, very bullish towards you. I remember one of the first games I played, I was playing with bots and people were bullying each other. They weren't bullying me because I was the healer, so everyone was shutting the fuck up because I was actually doing okay healing. I was playing Soraka. And no one bullies the healer, right? But they were bullying each other and it was so stupid because like we were playing bots and we were playing bots on easy and like everyone there is a beginner, no one there knows how to play. Why are you bullying each other? Such a stupid ass fucking game and all the people playing it, they have anger issues. Just a weird little
Два
thing.
довольно таких нашумевших в последнее время фильма. Один называется
It's like how
«Барби»,
many, you know,
второй
Heartfire
называется
players are apparently
«Оппенгеймер».
Nazis.
Ну, вроде как два байопика в каком-то смысле. Я, правда, не очень понимаю, что должно быть у человека взрослого в голове, чтобы идти смотреть фильм «Барби», но речь не об этом. Речь о том,
I went
что
to see Barbie, by the way.
у нас вот есть что-то наше ценное,
was great.
традиционное, хорошее. Мы хотим это продвигать, этому помогать. Есть что-то не наше, не хорошее, не традиционное, совершенно точно не традиционное. Нужно ли вот это вот плохое, нехорошее, нетрадиционное запретить, и тогда нашему традиционному хорошему будет легче пробиваться к солнцу? Вот что мы хотим сегодня обсудить. Давайте сначала посмотрим,
Whenever I
что
chat,
это за Барби такая.
Topson didn't like Barbie? Why the fuck? Why the fuck? For which reason? Why didn't she like Barbie? Barbie was great. It was fun as shit. Swearing in 50 different languages. I use Teamfight Tactics chat only to swear. My first message every single time is the first time I get beaten, I do a swear. I do whatever's on my mind. I call them all little bitches in Croatian. I go like full hateful, and then the best thing is if there's another Balkan person in chat, then they reply with another swear of their own. So we're having fun. I like that. It's one of the best parts of the game. Oppenheimer, not still. I had plans to watch it. I actually legally obtained it on my PC. But I had to watch Indiana Jones first. Me and my boyfriend were on an Indiana Jones watch streak. Basically, we tried to watch all the movies. We watched all the movies. We watched the newest one this weekend. So the plan is to watch Oppenheimer. I don't know what we have next on the list. I know we got American Psycho on it, because neither of us have seen it. I know the clips. He knows the clips. We haven't seen it. But yeah, Oppenheimer is the next on the list. I don't really know what happens in the movie. I've seen interesting reviews, so I don't know what to expect. But the reviews, I think Barbie really taught me how stupid movie reviewers are, because I watched some people comment on their experience of watching Barbie and they were fucking imbeciles. So many people go watch movies and they don't have the IQ to watch movies. I don't know how they managed to buy tickets to go and watch it. They went there, they were like, tickets for Barbie, and they didn't even like know the fuck they were doing half the time. Someone had to walk their hands through it. Absolutely. Just goddamn stupid opinions. Stupid little analysis of what the movie was supposed to represent. And what the ending of the movie was supposed to represent. And what the movie is glorifying. Those are the worst ones to me. What the movie is glorifying. People being like, oh, the movie is glorifying societies where everything is controlled by women. When like it fucking isn't. I've seen very, very stupid reviews. Very, very stupid reviews. So the reviews for Oppenheimer kind of make me not know what I'm getting into, because the reviews for Barbie piss me off. Spoiler, Japan gets nuked. Fuck! He had a pretty cool way to represent a lot of the current issues. Yeah, and I thought it was doing a great commentary on society. I thought it did a great commentary on the role of women in today's society. I was quite pissed off about people claiming that it, what's the word? it idolizes this idea of society led by women in which men are underrepresented. Because like they do that little joke at the end where they're like, oh yeah, well now men are finally being allowed to have some positions, like the lower judges, right, at a court. They are finally allowed to be given some lower positions, and then over time their position will improve and they may reach the position that women currently have in our society. It was supposed to say that their society is also flawed because our society is also flawed. They're literally comparing the flaws of our two societies, right? They're comparing it. That's what the movie is supposed to be. It doesn't necessarily glorify the world of the main character, even though these are the main characters. It doesn't glorify their world. It created a flawed universe, and it's trying to point you to the flaws in that universe. So by recognizing flaws in that universe, you may also be able to think for a second and notice something similar in your own. But people just got it at glorifying a society where women lead everything and men only have side roles, which is fucking ridiculous. Funny how Barbie blamed all the problems on the two humans that came in. I thought it represents how immigrants are blamed for everything. Oh shit, that's smart. I haven't even thought of that. Nice. Man, yeah, that would make sense. Nice. They show Barbie and Oppenheimer. They just changed the name and the poster. Of course they did. Barbie is a great movie. Russians should be watching it. It doesn't even explore the real tragedy of nuclear weapon usage, the creation of anime. Talking about the creation of anime, have you seen that Netflix made a live One Piece adaptation? And it's actually good. I saw Penguins saying that it's a good adaptation, and I was like, do I trust the hot Jesus man? Or does he just look like hot Jesus? So I saw more reviews, and more reviews were positive, and then I was already like out of my mind surprised. So I contact my brother, who's a fucking nerd, and has seen every single episode of One Piece, the anime, and he has like 20 million episodes, I don't know. I contact him and I'm like, bro, is Netflix One Piece live action adaptation actually good? And he's like, yeah, it's good. And I'm like, whoa. So now I'll have to watch it. Unfortunately, my boyfriend is an anime hater, so I'll have to watch that one myself. But I'm really interested. After their utter tragedy of Death Note, I'm really interested in One Piece. We nuke him. Wish we made it early so that we could have nuked Germany too. Fuck. Could have done this a lot faster. That's based if he says that. That's fucking based. Now you made me want to watch the movie. What is this?
Wow, the Barbie Museum.
Klaus Barbie, sometimes known as the Butcher of Lyon. Let the Jew revisionists talk about their death camps and so-called crimes against humanity. This museum is lovingly dedicated to Klaus Barbie, nobody else.
The husband.
Horrible! Your wish is horrible!
You're horrible!
What took you so long, idiot?
You do now, son. If a person consistently reads and advocates the views expressed in a communist publication, he may be a communist.
Barbie, no! You pointed at Moscow. Man, I gotta watch it now. I gotta see the scene. What the fuck?
Aquí se alegra vuestro corazón.
L. Rip Barbie.
Thanks for the money, dummy.
Cool little thing though. I like how we are learning about the horrors of humanity because of Barbie the movie. If the Barbie movie was actually about Klaus Barbie, holy shit, that would be fucking great. All those jokes about like Barbie or Oppenheimer, and then you go watch Barbie to relax. And it's just a fucking horror show. My man. Son of Bomb Explosion IMAX was amazing. Man, you know what I want to go to? You know one of those like fancy ass cinemas where they do like special effects and bullshit? Like the rain and stuff like that. I want to go there. I want to go there. I want to feel the whoosh of a bomb. No, but like genuinely, you reminded me there was a advertisement of them before we watched Barbie, and I kind of want to experience one of these. More brutal than Schindler's List. Oh, Barbie was very brutal, okay? She gets cellulite. That was kind of scary.
Объяснили это тем, что фильмы не способствуют сохранению и укреплению традиционных ценностей.
Полагаем, что предложенные вами для просмотра гражданами нашей страны фильмы «Барби» и «Оппенгеймер» не отвечают целям и задачам, поставленным главой государства по сохранению и укреплению традиционных российских духовно-нравственных ценностей.
Тут полный комплект того, с чем у нас в стране в последнее время ведется борьба, в том числе на законодательном уровне, и радикальный феминизм, и запрещенные у нас кадры с представителями ЛГБТ и трансгендеры в женских ролях. Ведут борьбу за традиционные ценности.
Bro, the best thing about the fucking transgender in Barbie movie is the fact that you wouldn't fucking know it was a transgender unless you looked into it. Okay, like every single comment I've seen on it was of people who looked up the list of actors, found the transgender actor, and then were bitching about it later. But like from the movie itself, there's never any fucking hint to it. Never a single hint to it. People were being angry were just little bitches. They're like, Margot? No, they don't. No, they don't. In Russia, you're not supposed to like women. See, hello there, Russian. Can you tell us your opinions on Barbie the movie? And the SJWs. Or just another, yeah, definitely. Have you seen that gamer dude bitching about Starfield? Is it Starfield? Pronoun option? He's been all over my Twitter. Dude enters the game and the game is like, hey, choose your pronouns, and he has a mental breakdown. Immediately. Real Russian men don't like such a woke lefty movie. That is true. What's that movie? I'm thinking of one. Mountain in the title. Guess they prefer that one. Didn't even know they were trans actors. I didn't know for a while. And then I saw people talking about like, oh, there's a trans actor, but check this out. Movie is trans propaganda because there is one trans actor, and the trans actor in question is one of Barbies, right? They didn't know who was the trans actor. Right? Like the whole topic of being trans was not mentioned at one single point in the movie. You can't tell from the script who is the trans actor, because again, the whole topic is not pushed for 1 second in the entire movie, and yet people were pissed off. It's such a performative anger. It's anger coming out of nothing. Starfield has many problems. Pronouns aren't the main one. Yeah, definitely. I've seen people analyzing other aspects of gameplay, and I can understand criticism of certain parts. It's just that the pronoun thing is fucking weird. Just a fucking weird thing to be, angry about.
в игровой индустрии. Организаторы московского фестиваля «Игропром»
Is Grisha gonna be there?
предупредили участников, что им стоит быть осторожнее в выборе костюма. Предпочтение нужно отдавать героям славянских сказок. А если выбирать зарубежного персонажа, то, цитата, «с правильными ценностями и взглядами». Какими именно, не уточняется. Депутат Госдумы Игорь Костюкевич не смог пройти мимо детских курсов по финансовой грамотности, который называется «Скрудж Макдак». Напомню, что это такой престарелый селезень-миллиардер из старого диснеевского мультфильма «Утиные истории». По мнению депутата, такие персонажи прививают детям совсем не те ценности, которые нужны и прямо сейчас.
Ну вот я когда-то выступал в Госдуме и спросил у депутатов, а у кого из вас нет VPN-а? Поднял всего один человек руку, и то, мне кажется, он не понял просто вопроса, потому что у нас так это не работает. Бывает, люди, если хотят что-то посмотреть, они это посмотрят. Просто этим самым вся Россия говорит о том, показывать или не показывать Барби, создали еще больший хайп, и еще больше людей хочет посмотреть. Я перед этой передачей специально спросил несколько человек, которые уже посмотрели, конечно же, Барби, и значительная часть людей уже посмотрела. Нет там никаких ЛГБТ-ценностей, там даже не целуются. Там нету...
Так того, это же как раз и подозрительно, понимаете?
У нас коллеги посмотрели только трейлер к этому фильму. И
they saw the trailer.
Коллеги обсуждали, что они бы такое не решились показывать на большом экране.
На вопрос.
It is a space game if the spaceship loses velocity. Are you saying that in the era of spaceships there's not going to be shit spaceships? We're going to be having some lot of spaceships. A Yugo spaceship is gonna be there. Like the lights don't work if it's low on fuel or something.
Куда-то заходить, да, использовать какие-то пены, тоже это не совсем честно.
Тогда и надо быть последовательными, запрещать все больше и больше и больше.
Вот сейчас в Диснее слышали, да?
Sure you can, sure you can. What if you do not press what? What if instead a brake automatically starts and like tries to slow you down? Вот then.
Потому что люди не идут смотреть на черную русалку.
Oh, Black Man.
Люди выбирают, что им нравится, а что им не нравится.
Oh shit, I forgot about that. The rage quit stream now. How that's because I'm correct. It is how it works. If you don't press gas, you're pressing brake. You have to be pressing something.
Я понимаю, на самом деле, почему он не вышел. Потому что, правда, не очень уместно показывать Барби и Опенгеймера здесь и сейчас. Но надо говорить честно, мы их не показываем, потому что компания Warner Brothers, она просто не предложила его нам показывать. Ведь мы запретили то, чего нам не предложили. Вдвойне смешно.
Значит, у нас... не-не-не, простите, пожалуйста, время уже...
Shit, by the way, this is true. This is true, I saw an analysis of this, I completely forgot about this, yeah. They can't ban Barbie. Because Barbie was never supposed to be shown in Russia. Russian theaters are not allowed to play Barbie. It's not the other way around. They're not allowed to show it at all. So he's correct. He's correct when he points it out. He's fucking correct. Yeah, they banned something that they didn't even have the right to show in the first place. Open gamer. When you asked him about his opinion on Japanese people, it's like I feel like when he was going to elementary school, when other kids wanted to bully him, they would call him open gamer. Convenient moment for the host to say we have run out of time. Oh, of course. A smart man, isn't he? You just throw in an ad break whenever you need it. What's a mittelläufer? I'm standing behind you when you're screaming in space. True. You can hear sounds while you're traveling through space. Because I'm there annoying you. Barbie Russia. In Mad Russia. Hey, by the way, I'll save the Discrowds video. But I kind of want to show the European Union one first. But I saved Discrowds video and it's on how Christianity destroyed the tribal family. And it has no relation to like anything we talked about. I saw the title of the video and I was like, how? So I kind of want to watch it. I kind of want to watch it. I'm kind of interested, genuinely. But also, we gotta watch a European Union Parliament video because it's relatively fresh, it's relatively new. It's not 1 hour ago, this is a lie, it's more hours ago. But it's on disinformation. And, you know, I'm quite happy about... just so pacifist. Bro, if you're pacifist, I hope you support fucking Russians in the ass and getting them out of Ukraine. Like, that's the only pacifist position. Get the invaders out and also punish the country which started the aggression. Mitläufer? Is that? Where does the word come from? Oh, followers? Ah, nice, nice. It reminded me of we have a saying here that it doesn't matter whether you are the one robbing the house or if you are the one holding the ladder. You know, so the robber could enter. It doesn't matter which one you are. Like, you're still part of the same team, right? I think it like represents the very much same type of an idea, right? It doesn't matter whether you are actively involved or if you're just a relative side support character. You're still on the same side. So, no difference really.
Information can be a threat to our democracy. It
This
can
one though.
trust in elections and democratic
Look at them.
People who want to manipulate us with disinformation often use content that triggers strong emotions, such as anger,
Like Barbie.
fear, or excitement. Why do they try to manipulate us like this? And how? Stay with me, and I'll show you how to avoid falling into this trap.
They made shit stop like this.
Content that speaks to people's emotions is much more engaging than dry facts. It's part of human nature. When we come across messages, pictures, and videos on social media or elsewhere that speak to our
How do you
anger,
define
fears,
pacifism?
or desires, then we want to do something about it.
Calm chatter.
Emotional content is not necessarily
What's your
bad,
definition of being a
but
pacifist?
it can make it difficult for us to take a step back before reacting. It tears down our guards and makes us want to click, comment, and tell others. Why is it dangerous? Disinformation spreaders know that emotional content engages us. Imagine you're afraid of spiders.
I actually know
If
stuff
somebody
about this,
pushes a plastic
so I'm
copy
waiting to see
of
what
a
she's gonna
big,
say.
hairy spider in front of you,
So
your
don't
immediate
repeat it.
reaction will probably be disgust and fear. Maybe you will even shout out to warn others. For sure, your gut reaction will not be to stop and examine the spider to see if it's
True.
real or a plastic one. Disinformation works the same way. Somebody pushes content on you that raises your
that's a
fear,
good explanation.
anger, or disgust in order to provoke our reactions without thinking. When we feel strong emotions, such as anger and fear, we are more likely to hit the like or share button without checking if the content is true. By doing this, we
Do you
help
think I'm
spread
bad? Depends.
disinformation to our
How do you
friends
define
and
pacifism?
families. And that's exactly
When you say
what
you're
the
a
people and
pacifist, what do you
organizations
think
behind
being a
this
pacifist
information want
means?
us to do. Maybe their goal is to undermine citizens' trust in democracy or in elections. What can you do?
Yeah, spider
Watch
example
out
was really
for
good.
very emotional content, such as sensational headlines, strong
Spider
language,
example was
and dramatic
really
pictures.
good.
Be extra aware of pictures and videos, which manipulate your emotions much more easily than text. It's easy to create completely fake pictures, completely fake videos with the use of artificial intelligence, the so-called deepfakes. Question what you see and read before you share. Things you would question if somebody told you face to face, you should also question online. Would you believe it blindly if
Not what I asked.
somebody told you
When
they
you
will be
say you
handing
are a
out money for
pacifist,
free in the
how do
streets?
you define
Approach
that?
a claim you meet online with the same caution. If something is too good or too bad to be true, more often than not, it isn't true. Insist on facts, even if they may be less appealing at first sight. So to recap, emotional content triggers engagement. Check information that makes you feel angry, afraid, or excited. and take a step back, pause, and resist the reflex to react without thinking. Thanks for watching this video and for your support in protecting democracy against disinformation. Check our website to learn more about the European Parliament and the 2024 European elections.
True. Proper, very a fan of the spider example. I'm taking it. Burying your head in the sand and ignoring Russia's invasion and war crimes. Yeah, I guess. It's kind of fun. Like that, we're gonna start doing that to all the anti-war people too. We gotta start doing it. Like, oh, I'm anti-war, so I'm against weapons supplies to Ukraine. Huh? How do you define anti-war? What's your definition of being anti-war? Because surely it doesn't go well with rewarding Russia for starting this invasion. Surely the anti-war position wouldn't be, oh yeah, you know what we're gonna do to Russia, which has invaded Ukraine and is attempting a genocide of their people? We're gonna allow them to take territories that they have invaded. That's what we're gonna do. Yeah, I'm such an anti-war person, and I hate wars so much that I'm rewarding countries for starting wars. A great example of a human being. Okay, I don't see how those two could make any sense. And then pacifism also, like how? There's no chance you're actually a pacifist and you don't care about this. You're not a pacifist. You can't be. You can be using pacifist as a word you think is synonymous to being apolitical, because being a pacifist, as in being apolitical, doesn't get you into conflicts with other people, because you just refuse to comment on this conflict at all, and you're just, saying you don't care and that's it. It doesn't really get you into discussions, it doesn't really get you into deep conversations, and it also doesn't make you care, so it doesn't evoke any strong emotions. You're staying apolitical and you think you're being a pacifist, but what you're actually doing is being silently supportive of a genocide. So, yeah. Man, I don't know, like, the No Fuckers video from yesterday messed me up. I feel like he did the exact opposite of what I wanted to do. I've been thinking about that video ever since we watched it yesterday. Like, he goes through the entire fucking thing of, like, how I feel about Russia as a man who escaped from Russia, right? And not once does he point the blame to Russian population supporting Russian imperialism. Not once does he point out that victims of Russian complicity have been nations that Russia invaded and butchered. I got so happy at that 1 second where he mentions Wagner, because I thought by mentioning Wagner he's going to start at least alluding to the topic of Ukrainians who have suffered because Russia has done nothing to stop this. And even then, he turns the other way and he talks about Wagnerites returning and then killing people back in Russia. Like, how do you make, at this point in the timeline, in 2023, the war has lasted for more than a year? How do you make a video on your feelings about Russia and not in one word do you mention the genocide your country is currently attempting to do? Not one word. Not one word on the current genocide, not one word on previous times they have invaded their lands and then ethnically cleansed them. 2023, my dude, and your strongest feelings about Russia come from the fact that Russians have to shit outside, instead of the fact they are actively attempting a genocide as we fucking speak. It's such a weird ass way of looking at it. I don't know. Like, I went into it with really, really high hopes. And I'm still like, there's still a part of me which is like trying to make excuses for him. Which may be, it feels dumb. It feels fucking dumb to be trying to figure out, like, what sort of excuses I need to be making for him so he doesn't seem that bad instead of just like putting that responsibility on him. It's just, I don't know, man. I really went in with like high fucking hopes. But yeah, Christianity, I want to show you Christianity video. After we see the Christianity video, we're going to be leaving the stream. We're gonna go to Dobson. We're gonna go bully the fuck out of him, okay? And then I'll see what I do. I may be able to catch some of Dylan's streams today. Is Dylan streaming today? Please pray to God himself that Dylan is streaming today, okay? Because tomorrow I have my free day, so I can actually stay up a bit longer than usual. So I'm looking forward to seeing if he's live. And also for tomorrow's stream, I have to give you an update. MEP is starting to stream this week. Currently, he plans a stream tomorrow, and he plans one on Saturday, I think. Basically, I'm hoping to start earlier tomorrow, so we can end around the normal time where we usually end, which is like 2 hours previous to now. So we could go to MEP and ask for his opinions on European Union. And I especially want to ask about European Union digital law regulations, because he says he worked on it. I asked if he has opinions on it in the last stream, and he was like, opinions? I worked on that. And I was like, ah. So we're gonna have to do a little questioning of him. I'm really interested in what he thinks about the regulations and how he sees them, and if he is satisfied with how they have been written. Oh, he's in the East. Oh, 50-50. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Oh shit, that makes sense. I didn't know. I'm not really up to date on what's happening there at Dylan's. I watch his posts on Twitter mostly, but I haven't been able to catch the streams in a while. They basically wait. Let me try to find it. A digital service something it's actually called. What's the fucking name of it? What they basically did, is it this one? What impact will they have? Is it this one? I'm trying to find which one it is. Seeking to ensure... here it is, okay. So they have narrowed down 19 very large digital platforms subject to this law. And then there's a list of rules that they will have to be following in order to be allowed on European market. I know like some of them are very, very, personally I think useful. So for example, the one that I'm a big fan of is that you can report European Union illegal content directly on these platforms. They must have a way. Twitter, for example, has this already. You can report a Twitter post for being European Union illegal content. You do have to give your data because it is like a proper fucking report. You give your data, you give your name, last name, email, so they can contact you, and I think you give a country where you are from, and then which law has been broken. But like it's a very, very strong report system. But apart from that, a platform also makes it mandatory to be removing illegal content from itself. So no more can you like go on Twitter and see Elon Musk paying people to post child pornography. No more will stuff like that happen because Twitter will be forced to remove these types of posts, and if Twitter doesn't do that, Twitter will not be allowed on European market, which it really, really can't afford in this day and age. So it's a very, very good one. They also do have a bunch of other rules. I know some of them are what content you are allowed to advertise to kids and teenagers, what information you are allowed to take based on the internet activity of kids and teenagers. Basically shit like that. I don't know all the rules fully, but I do know that personally I'm GG with it. Oh, also fake news. Fake news too. You can report fake news and the platform will have the responsibility to remove fake news from itself, which I also think is good. I support platforms having a lot of responsibility in the type of content that they allow. I support demanding that they control what they are showing. Lost another good Russian? Shit, I was kind of interested in his idea of pacifism. Like, how do you say you're a pacifist in this situation? What does that even mean for anyone? Is like yesterday's conversation about like, oh, is it ever pacifist to kill people? Because yeah, sometimes it is. Very close to Australia's experiment. They did something similar? How did it work? He ran away from the problem. Maybe he's a pacifist.
Check out Surfshark VPN at surfshark.com.
That's how pacifists deal with problems, isn't it?
Mostly for its really handy Chrome extension. You can also use an app version, which you can use across many devices.
What the fuck
across
is
a whole range of
Surfshark?
platforms. And you can use Surfshark across many devices with only one subscription. There's a strict no logs policy, so nobody can track anything you do online. And my preferred use of Surfshark is to access foreign media that is inaccessible.
Dylan's fucking based.
Netflix shows and other programs that
Dylan's
are
doing
nationally
amazing
restricted
work.
and only available in foreign countries.
IT Crowd.
Deals/crowd, or use the link in the description below and use the code
IT Crowd was there. Dylan's doing amazing work. Dylan Burns is basically like a Ukrainian version of Steve Gaunt, and Steve Gaunt was an amazing man. Not only is he an amazing man, but he was an amazing man during the time of our war. He was an amazing influence on the battlefield. His videos are still used as evidence of Serbian crimes in Croatia. Man was the only one at the time going to specific civilians and asking them questions. He was the only one, for example, at the time where he was going to talk to civilians from Vukovar while Vukovar was being evacuated. Steve Gaunt was there. Steve Gaunt was there, and as he was there, he was talking to these civilians, and from these civilians he got information on war crimes that Serbs were doing in Vukovar. And then later we went into Vukovar and we found evidence of mentioned war crimes. So he was an amazing, amazing man. I see Dylan as very much a current time and place version of that. I think the content he makes is going to be a strong source of information about this. I think he's making great content, truly great content, while him being involved on the ground. That is a huge thing here. So he's amazing overall. Like, I don't think there's a reason to dislike the dude apart from just trying to be contrarian on this. Unironically, it's one of those opinions. It's like, you know, not being pro-Ukraine in this. I feel like there's not really a logical way to hold your position. He tried white Polish borscht yesterday, and so it is proper borscht. There's something fucking adorable though about an American just getting balls deep into Eastern Europe. Isn't that? He's getting, like, I saw him retweet a joke recently. Or did he just like it? I don't know what it was, but it was like a joke and it was in Ukrainian and I was like, oh, cute. One man's getting immersed. There's this, I don't know. He really does remind me of, like, we had lots of Frenchies coming here when our war was happening. They saw the war on news and they volunteered to come here. Some of them as combatants, some of them just coming in to share their views of the situation, some of them coming in as volunteers to give aid, depending, right? But we had a lot of people from other countries, especially Frenchies, coming here. And they were always a great influence. They were always really, really strong supporters of Croatia, both here and then also in France. Internationally, they were also a great influence. Like, you know, we have a bridge in Vukovar named after one of them. That was so meaningful. So I think I'm also coming from that position, kinda, of just that there's something really impressive when a foreigner notices a very serious situation and actually goes in to help another nation. You know what I mean? Oh, that thing. Oh, I saw this Twitch drama, to be honest. But like, when it comes to cancel culture, my thing is, I come from the position that most of cancel culture is drama. Especially if it's creators trying to cancel other creators. I come from the position of, you know how people say like, oh, online bullying, just turn off your PC. And ironically, there's a part of me which is like, yeah. There's a part of me which is like, yeah, just like, people are bullying you on Twitter, mute them. Like, come on, it's the internet. It's the internet. Yeah. So I think because of that, like I've heard of the situation that happened previously. I went to look into some videos about it. To be honest, I couldn't care enough to watch the videos fully. I watched like a start of it. I got bored of it. Never watched it again. It's like a bunch of content creators fighting over something I do see as relatively meaningless overall, especially because at the end he admitted that he made a mistake. So that made me care even less. I was like, okay, he's not even like pushing for it anymore. Like he acknowledged it was a mistake. Just a part of me, I couldn't care less. Russians say they are Polish fighting in Ukraine. I sleep. Dylan's eating white borscht in the eastern part of Ukraine. Real shits. Yeah. Some people have their entire identities in the internet, so they take it harder than your regular norm. Yeah, but like then those people should be bullied. Like you deserve to be bullied. There's I don't know how to say it nicely, but like I feel a lack of compassion towards people who are like strongly internet addicted in that sort of a way. So I guess like being bullied online, to me it's like When it comes to false accusations though, I do see a problem with that. You could be very strongly, very negatively painting a person. But like at the same time, my dudes, I've seen situations like that happen IRL. And as long as the person at the end acknowledges that they made a mistake, I don't really see a lot of drama created around it, you know what I mean? Like I've seen shit like that happen IRL, genuinely, to people, with like rumors being spread around and trying to ruin each other's life and stuff like that. And if a person keeps on pushing for longer time, if a person keeps on like desperately demanding some sort of, I don't know, universal justice or whatever to be applied for something that didn't really happen, it's a different thing. But you know, dude admits his mistakes, okay. Let's go and fucking simp over him. I got dick pics. I got naked videos of some random ass woman. Dick pics can be considered as sexual harassing. It's like how to say it. It's different if you get a dick pic from a rando. It's different if you get a dick pic from someone who is actually harassing you. It's like two different things, right? Like I log in, see a dick pic from user number in his name. I don't care. No one cares. If you get like scarred by that shit, you may not be a person who needs to be using internet. But it's a different thing if, like, I don't know, I log in and there's a dude who used to stalk me and now I have to interact with him on a daily basis because of the nature of my job, right? And if I log in online and I see his dick pics, it's a very different situation, right? Like one of these is sexual harassment and the other one of these is just people being stupid. So I think that trigger is like different. I think the amount of validity of your emotions is different. Dick pic from Tinder match, you can report a person. Oh yeah, I think that's okay. because the application is not meant for that, right? I think you should be able to report them. It's not something you should be. It's not something that should be normalized necessarily. I'm not supporter of dick pic senders, and I do think they should be banned off platforms. I'm not a supporter of people who send random dick pics. If you report them, I think you did a base thing. If they get removed from the platform, I think that's great. I think they deserve to be banned, right? I think they're pieces of shit most often. What is my problem is that I feel that if you see a random ass dick pic from someone you don't even know, like, we're not talking about a person who's like been harassing you online or whatever. Someone random, someone you don't know at all. If you see their dick pic and that like makes you fucked up, yeah, that's a weird ass reaction. I'm cooking borscht since 1999, and this Yankee has balls to say I was doing it wrong this whole time. Wait, you can actually report them to the police? Nice. Now he has like a new username now. He made account number 10. His name is not Siparusk or Simparuski or Simforuski anymore, or what was it that one time? It was like longer. He had a longer username. What was it? It was something stupid. He probably has account number, who the fuck knows which, because he keeps on getting banned from every normal chat. But nice though, I think you should be able to report them to police too. Because I don't support dick pic senders. And I don't think you have to be neutral when getting dick pics, right? Like, I feel annoyed. If there was a way to like figure out identities of people sending me dick pics on Instagram, and if I could report them to the actual police, I probably would. I probably would. They're fucking annoying. So I support reporting them, and I do think what they are doing should not be normalized. I'm talking more about like the emotional impact it has on you as a person. Dick pic senders? No, we're all nice. We're all nice. By the way, I have to leave. We're gonna watch the Christianity video tomorrow. I have to go. It's 10 in the evening. I'm planning to fix some stuff about the stream. Specifically, I really... He's playing a game. What a fucking loser. I really want to fix certain stuff on the stream. Specifically, I wanna be fixing the meme command, so it's showing on all sources properly. I wanna do that. Not sure what else I had a plan to do. I had a plan to do a bunch of stuff, my dude. He apparently threatened and sexually harassed the other chick. She showed his mushy apology DM yesterday. Wait, who's Siparuski? What? Wait, that's a new conversation for me. What? He said he had eaten the best borscht in his life yesterday, and it turned out to be a Polish version. Is there? It seems Polish people this. What's the difference between the? What's the difference? What is the what have they fed that man, and what is the difference? Versus white. It's white. Okay. Oh, that looks good. Oh man, that looks good. Easter Sunday morning. Oh, that looks good though. Made with items in the basket of food that Polish families take to church to have blessed. Oh shit. That brings in some childhood traumas. Yeah, bacon. Bacon, bread, butter, candle. Cheese, eggs, ham, sausage, horseradish, salt. I saw horseradish and I figured I don't know if I know what horseradish is. But can I just tell you guys that like yesterday, no, day before yesterday. See, that's horseradish. I know what this is. It's not. Why is it called horseradish? I learned what kale is yesterday. All this time, I was listening to Americans say they're eating kale, and I was like, "What is kale? What the fuck is kale? What is that mystery food?" You fucking Persian. This thing, and it's just, you know how it's called in Croatian? You know how it's called in Croatian? Kale. Kale has been kale all of this time, and I have never connected the two. I always imagine them being like, I don't know, two completely different plants. And then yesterday, I'm googling some kale product. I don't know what it was. And I get a advertisement for a receipt with this product, and I recognize the ingredients, and I'm like, and I go and check it out, and it's fucking kale. It's almost said the same way. Kale. I just never figured it out. It was such a whoa moment. Kale is like, no, it's good. You just gotta know how to season it well. You gotta know how to properly prepare it. First leaders of Armenia and Serbia visited Dolina Zelenska and Kiev. More and more countries will turn away from imperialist Russia over time. Visegrad, come on. Bro, have you not Serbia? Why is that? That's their little Putin puppet. He has a camera in it to see what happens at the summit. Man. Why is this? These videos don't make me sad. You know, it's a waste of beer. It's a waste of beer. Have you ever tasted beer? Beer tastes fucking nice. Beer tastes really, really good, especially when it's cold. Is this one of those American videos? Yeah, I'm not gonna watch that. But beer tastes good, especially if it's cold. And it's very, very good to just kind of enjoy. I don't know. And then to just kind of it's a waste of beer. That's what you do with liquors. That's what you do with I don't know, tequila. Okay, because tequila tastes like shit. So you wanna just quickly down it, and you wanna get to the drunkenness effect, but you don't really wanna, you know, taste the goddamn thing. But beer tastes good. Beer tastes good. Why would you do that? Kale enema. You drink the first glass of beer like that and then you sip slowly the second one? Oh! Fair. Fair. When the cream beach party starts, I'm going to train for it and I'm going to be able to do that. Beer will go out through the back door with a safe speed. To be fair, it's beer. Don't you just piss it out? Like, my personal experience with beer, my first time drinking beer, I managed to drink an ungodly amount, and it exited my system so quickly that I barely even got drunk. So, look. Look. I'm just saying, okay, it's fucking beer. Okay, she gulped it all down in like 15 minutes, it's out. Don't work that fast. I don't know how fast they work. I just know that beer gets expelled very, very fucking quickly. Maybe it depends on how hydrated you are. Usually, you know the thing with like if you drink more regularly, you will store less water in the system, so you'll go to piss more often. Thanks. Oh, that? Ah, okay, fair. Yeah, cute. I like people who don't have like teeth. There's something cute about it. That's true. By the way, I have to leave. Why am I still here? What is this? Countries that recognize Russia as a terrorist state? Czech Republic, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Netherlands, Poland, Ukraine. Why not Croatia? Why not Croatia? No, Germany too? Yeah, we gotta get in more. Listen, contact your local politician. Okay, that's your homework for tomorrow. That is your homework. Write it down. Get out your notebooks. Write down. Homework for tomorrow. Task number 1. Write a message to your local politician and demand they recognize Russia as a terrorist state. Whoever your local politician is. If it's like a dude who is the leader of one village, which is what mine is basically, doesn't matter, do it anyways. Maybe we get closer to reaching the goal, okay? We have to have a list of all European Union countries at the end before the elections happen. All of them. Which is definitely, by the way, going to happen if Russia actually does manage to lose. I fully believe that we're going to see rats fleeing the sinking ship and they're all going to finally admit that they have been wrong in supporting this. It's just that currently they still exist on the delusion of Russia possibly carrying a victory, so then you want to be on the side of the victor because, ooh. But also I have to leave. Giving you a link to Topsen. Hope you learned fun new stuff today. If anything, I hope you've learned which other countries will come to your defense if you ever get invaded or attacked or troubled by economic issues. I hope you learned about that. I hope you'll remember that. Russian viewers doing your homework in that country? Bro. Online activism, unironically, is the only thing that they like doing, so I wouldn't be too surprised by that. He's playing Starfield. I don't really know what the game is. I've seen few reviews of it and that was it. I haven't seen anything else. So it's gonna be interesting to see what the game actually is, so I can fight with people who hate it or love it, depending. Also, tell Thompson to go watch Barbie the movie, because the first time he saw it, he was absolutely mistaken. He probably went in to watch some shit-ass movie instead, and he thought it was Barbie. Okay, he walked into the wrong theater. He walked into, I don't know, some of those like kids movies or whatever. He didn't know the difference. No chance. He genuinely didn't like it. I'd rather let that Fang Zoner girl let her be out on me Then watch Starfield stream. What's the hated on Starfield? I don't know what the game is. Spain supports others due to the memories of the Spanish Civil War. Yeah. Yeah, Spain was really supportive of, what was it, Portugal specifically? They had the higher score. I wish there was a way to... Hey, by the way, I haven't shown you everything I've collected today, but we will go through it tomorrow. We also do have more videos on European Union. But remember that I was trying to do an overview of European Union groups in Parliament and then their opinions on important issues. I collected their opinions on immigration yesterday. I think I have like 1 or 2 left to collect more immigration stuff on. But I have like EPP, for example, and then you have their opinion on Ukraine, and the link is, and then you have their opinion on immigration, and also link is on that. So far they've all been normal, but I have the 2 European Conservatives and Reformists. Oh, I actually did go through here. I did go through this one. I didn't go through the left. Nice. Okay, so only 1 group of imbeciles left so far. But I managed to go through these and then through these. So yeah, it's kind of cool because last stream, the left and identity and democracy have shown to be the weakest links in European Parliament because both of them are pussies on the conversation about Ukraine. And now, like, I had high hopes in European Conservatives and Reformists, but they are really against immigration. And I don't know how I feel about them being against quotas, because I don't know how else you could solve the issue. It's like they're fighting against the only possible way to help when it comes to this. So, yeah, I don't know, my man. I'm not feeling too good about it. So it feels like we have like 3 parties staying in the normal part of European Parliament, and that's it. But we will analyze this further tomorrow because now I have to be leaving. Meloni? I haven't gone through like party group member parties yet. She's from is it Brothers of Italy? Which one is she from? Yeah, Brothers of Italy. And Brothers of Italy are a part of what? They were originally part of EPP, which is based so far, but then they switched to European Conservatives and Reformists, which has been led by Meloni. Oh shit. Yeah, I'm not too happy about this. I wish they would have found a way to be a bit smarter on it. So I guess we're not. Personally, like, I'm not probably doing these. Hey, I don't know which party I'm voting for, actually. There was kind of a reason why I wanted to go through all of them and to get a list of all of their opinions. I'm not still sure. I don't know which party I agree with the most. Because, you know, just like based on vibes, for example, I thought I would kick out the Greens very soon into the pickings. But so far, the Greens have been okay on both Ukraine and immigration issues. So, fucking great on that. There's a part of me that just wants to go for EPP because HDZ is in them. So, European People's Party group, right? HDZ is a part of this party. And I think Plenković is doing a really good job. And like, I want to support what he is doing. Because I truly think he's been doing a great job on Ukraine. But also I'm aware that, you know, one dude in one country representing one party, which is a member of the group, isn't really a proper good enough reason to support the group over other groups. So yeah, the plan is basically to go through all of them on important issues and then to see which one I align with most. And then I want to go through parties which are parts of the groups. And then I also want to go through like specific politicians, and I'm hoping at that point to also reach a list of all politicians who are currently representatives And then if there's, you know, a list of candidates known, I want to reach a list of candidates too, so we kind of just know approximately where they stand, because I think it's just very important to have somewhat of a formed view on this. And also, again, talking about this topic, MEP will start streaming tomorrow. Currently, that's according to plan. His PC broke down, but according to plan, he should be streaming tomorrow. So I'm hoping tomorrow, because I will not be having a family lunch again, and I should be having a bit more of a normal existence. I'm hoping to start streaming a bit earlier so we can end on proper time, so we can go and raid him, and so we could be talking about European Union there in his chat, because I do think he's really, really based and he has proper experience. MPP is great. They all kinda are. They all kinda are. To be fair. I don't know which one is actually dangerous and which one isn't. But also leaving. So we can ask him random questions and he gets derailed the whole time. He's really fun though. I like him. I like him very, very much. And I like how he has actual real life experience in working with this, you know. It's a lot, you know, different to like hear my opinions, despite the fact that I am very interested in this and I do follow the news and everything. And I try to be up to date on what's happening, but it's a lot different to hear it from someone actually engaged, right? So, you know, he's fucking based, and I hope you watch him, and I hope you learn a lot from him, and I hope when we get to the next round of elections for European Parliament, I hope you vote well. I hope you vote well, and I hope you are certain about your choice, basically. I hope you don't go to vote on the basis of, oh, I have to pick between two evils, or whatever the fuck, or I don't support anyone, so I'm just gonna circle the first name I kinda recognize, you know? I hope you don't do that. I hope you're gonna actually be able to vote for who you want to vote for, and for reasons that you know. Voting for United Russia. I hope that you're gonna be happy getting sanctioned, and also drafted. See you tomorrow though. Thank you for joining. Go and bully Thompson into watching Barbie again, because he obviously needs to do that. I actually have a very good video on why voting for lesser evil doesn't work. I saw it like 2 years ago. I have to find it on YouTube, but it was a really good video and it explains it in detail, so I may be pulling that one for tomorrow's stream. I genuinely have to leave. See you tomorrow. Stay strong, stay healthy, drink enough water, and don't vote for United Russia.